Good evening and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, March 23rd, 2026. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection. Please be seated. At this time, I would look to Councillor Williamson to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabeg, Attawandaronk, and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations people, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the Dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor. And now on to this evening's Mayor's Report. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for tuning in for tonight's council meeting. I'll begin with some sad news as I report that Kathy Leger, a former St. Catharines employee with 18 years of service, passed away earlier this month. Flags at all city facilities have been lowered this week to honor Kathy and her contributions to the city. And on behalf of council and city staff, we offer our deepest sympathies to the family, colleagues, and friends of Kathy. Earlier this month, I was pleased to join folks from the Niagara District Airport along with representatives from Air Canada and Landline to announce an exciting new partnership. Starting June 15th, 2026, Air Canada's new Landline luxury motor coach service will link Niagara District Airport directly to Toronto Pearson, providing seamless access to global destinations. You can skip the drive, enjoy convenient parking at Niagara District Airport, check in and tag your bags right in Niagara, and then relax on the motor coach with reclining seats, power outlets, and free Wi-Fi. You can connect seamlessly to flights across Canada and the world. And we're looking forward not only to how this new partnership will assist local residents with their travel plans, but also how the partnership has the potential to lead to more visitor traffic into our city and the Niagara region. And if you are booking flights using Air Canada, you can start searching for YCM, which is the Niagara District Airport code. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of delivering a mini state of the city to the folks from Probus and the Rotary Club. I want to thank both clubs for inviting me and for sharing thoughtful ideas and questions on ways to help our city grow and thrive in the coming years. This past weekend, I was joined by Councillor Harris, Brianne Whitty, my Chief of Staff, along with former Ice Dog, Freddie Hamilton, my 16-year-old son, and 3 Brock students at the Sport Niagara's Dodge Wars event at the Scotiabank Convention Centre. We made up Team STC. Councillor Harris apparently now needs a new hip based on the conversation we had earlier today. Our dream-ish team came up short in the semifinals, but considering we don't know the rules of dodgeball when we started the day, we put in a valiant effort. We did finish 3rd out of 17, which we're pretty proud of. The event raised money for local charities and brought awareness to the Provincial Dodgeball Championships that will be hosted at Canada Games Park in April. As part of my ongoing Mayor Links visits, I had the opportunity to visit two great St. Catharines businesses. First, I joined the economic development team to visit Sea Park Industrial Dry Cleaners located on Sea Park Drive. This unique industrial service provider helps manufacturers across Ontario reduce waste and operate more sustainably. Founded in 1972 after recognizing the excessive disposal of work gloves by automotive manufacturers, Sea Park developed a system to clean and recondition gloves, rags, and other personal protective equipment. The process extends the life of these materials, helping businesses across Ontario reduce costs while diverting more than 400,000 gloves each week that would have wound up in landfill or hazardous waste streams. A big thank you to the Sea Park team for the warm welcome and for sharing how their operations support both industry and sustainability. After that, we visited the folks at Tora Inc., a leader in manufacturing support and material handling since 1993. Founded by Ray Ling, Tora excels in inspection, assembly, production services, and secure climate-controlled storage. Their facilities offer 260,000 square feet across 3 locations, all within 15 miles of the U.S. border and minutes from major highways, which is ideal for short or long-term storage plus any needed processing. I want to say a big thank you to the Tora team for the warm welcome and for showcasing how innovation, teamwork, and strong leadership fuel success in St. Catharines' business community. With the approach of spring drawing closer, it's the perfect time to get out of winter hibernation and get active. Registration for residents of St. Catharines will open online on Active STC tomorrow, Tuesday, March 24th at 6 p.m. Residents can register in person at the St. Catharines Kiwanis Aquatic Center on Wednesday, March 25th at 8:30 a.m. And to create an account, find more information about all the upcoming programs and activities, you can visit stcatharines.ca/ActiveSTC. The city invites registered charities, incorporated nonprofit groups, and minor not-for-profit sports associations serving St. Catharines to apply to the Meridian Center Community Use Program to request 12 tickets to select Niagara River Lions home games. Applications open today, and interested organizations can apply online at stcatharines.ca/community use program. The application deadline is Friday, April 10th. And in terms of upcoming events, Town Hall STC is back. We are hosting our second of 3 dual ward town halls, this time for residents of Meriton and St. Andrews Ward. You can join us Monday, March 30th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. That's next week at St. George and St. Mercurius Coptic Orthodox Church, located at 118 Glenridge. A reminder that pre-registration is highly encouraged to help us plan for seating and to establish the list of questions. To register or for more information, please visit Town Hall STC. 2 other notes. I will just remind everybody the Ice Dogs playoff series does begin later on this week. They have home games next week on Tuesday and Thursday. So if you have the opportunity and you are a hockey fan, get out and support the Ice Dogs in the first round series against the Barrie Colts. And thank you to all those who purchased tickets to the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce's State of the City address that I will be giving on Wednesday. Looking forward to a very interesting half-hour and question and answer period afterwards. With that, if there are any additions to the mayor's report, we can take them at this time. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention that last week you and I were attending the Westview Center for Women. They opened up their elevator, which makes them fully accessible. If you don't know about the Westview Center for Women, you should go sometime. They help women from all walks of life, from women who are down on their luck to single moms who need a lunch. And if you ever get a chance to go visit Jane Lavaca at the Westview Center for Women and the mayor can come with you, you should go, because those ladies treat him like an absolute movie star when they go in. And I think it's because they know just how much it means to them that he comes and sees them and talks to them and treats them like they're the most important people in the room. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. And if you do have the opportunity, they are doing fantastic work at the Westview Center for Women. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give a shout out to the volunteers from the St. Catharines Gaming and Fish Association. Held their annual spring cleanup on Saturday in Port Dalhousie up and down Lighthouse Road. I think most of our spring cleanups happen closer to Earth Day in late April, but this was one of the first ones of the year, and the snow has started to melt, so there's a lot of garbage and litter showing up. So kudos to those volunteers. There was some people of all ages helping out, and I think one of my favorite quotes from one of the fishermen says, "We're not just fishermen, you know, we care about the environment too." So it was just nice to hear that the fishing community cares about cleaning up our beautiful city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for getting out there. And just so everybody is aware, they do have their Kids Summer Derby coming up, and I'm sure they talked your ear off about that one. It starts July 1st, runs till September 5th, and then their final day, the big fishing derby day, is September 12th, I believe, and it is always a good time in Port Dalhousie for that. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last Saturday, I believe, a week ago, seems like longer, could be shorter. David Suzuki and his wife Tara Collis were at the Performing Arts Center. They had performed a play the night before, but on Saturday morning, we gathered. You were there as well. I don't think any other councillors were there? No? Okay, good. And it was a great morning listening to David Suzuki, listening to Tim Johnson, Rick Hill of Niagara Academy for Indigenous Relations. Talk about the environment, and probably the highlight was, I do want to give a special shout out to Mark Green, our city's manager of environmental services, engineering facilities, and environmental services. He was there, had the opportunity to talk about our various programs. The one specifically mentioned was the basement flooding program, so that was great. But it was great to hear, there was about 300 people there, and it was great to hear from all of them who are out doing things to improve the environment, to support the environment. A lot of projects that I had never heard of, ashamedly. But a lot of people working on saving turtles. But it was a great event, and I appreciate the PAC for supporting it, and David Suzuki and his wife for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And yeah, I mean, I will echo the kudos to the PAC for bringing David Suzuki in. It was a fantastic speech. And I'm going to give a shout out to Herb Sawatsky from 50 by 30 Niagara, who gave a lot of positive comments about the things that are ongoing with the city and the region. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. I just wanted to salute the Governor Simcoe Robotics team, Symbiotics 1114, who put on another excellent performance at the provincial event in McMaster over the weekend, finishing on the threesome team that finished first overall. Year after year, they have shown us consistent degree of excellence, and there's a couple people I just do want to mention, and you get in trouble when you mention a couple and not all, but Matt Coffey has been around for a lot of years supporting the team, as has another teacher by the name of Michael Duramio, and also the volunteers that mentor and support this team. It's pretty remarkable what they do year after year.
Thank you, Councillor, and I think all of Council echoes you in that. Did you have something else, Councillor? Oh, sorry, I forgot. Oh, we can get you going.
Thanks, yeah. The other one is, of course, it's April Fool's Spaghetti Dinner at the Port Lizzie Lions Club next week, April the 1st.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens joining us on Zoom this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep, just a reminder, Good Friday next April 3rd, Grantham Lions Club Fish Fry, but it starts at 3 o'clock instead of 4. You get there early because we usually run out. So get down there and get some good fish and chips. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Seeing no other councillors' hands, I will now look to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda.
So the agenda was republished this afternoon. The report for item 6.4, which is 2025 councillor remuneration and expenses, was republished to address an error in Appendix 2. There's one item of additional correspondence in Council SugarSync folder. It's a confidential memorandum from Real Estate Coordinator, and that's information regarding item 6.1, stop up, close, and declare surplus 5th Street road allowance. Councillor Miller has advised that he would like Council to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda regarding support for continued operation of the St. Catharines Safe Consumption and Treatment Site. Per Council's procedure bylaw, unanimous consent is required to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda. If the motion passes, this item would be considered after 9.1. There are also delegates who would wish to speak to this item.
So for the vote to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda, moving the motion to allow the motion to be considered this evening is Councillor Miller. Seconding the motion, I have Councillor Ratzlaff. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that carries unanimously. Councillor Miller has advised that he will be requesting to suspend the rules to allow delegates to speak, as 6 delegates registered to speak. To add a late delegate to the agenda requires a 2/3 vote in favor. The registered delegates as listed here are Janice Coles and Lisa DiDonato, Kat Dodge, David Barnett, Talia Storm, and Peter Clausey. Moving the motion to add the delegates to the agenda is Councillor McPherson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Townsend. So the motion is to add the delegations to speak. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda now as amended? Councillor Lindell, seconded by Councillor McPherson. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Can I have a motion to adopt the minutes of March 9th, 2026? Councillor Harris, Councillor Mako. All those in favor? Let's try that again. All those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
And that's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Councillor Mako.
And declaration of interest to a motion from Councillor Miller due to the nature of my employer.
Okay. Are there any other declarations of interest? All right, seeing none, just as a reminder, councillors are required to submit the written statement of declaration via the online form. Move on to the motion to move consent reports. Item 6.3, Active Transportation Implementation Annual Update Number 1 has been moved from consent to discussion by Councillor Mako. So the motion is that council approve the consent agenda, save and accept that item which was brought forward for discussion. Moving to approve the consent agenda, Councillor Lindell, all right. And we will look to the clerk to read the list and call the roll.
Today's consent agenda includes item 6.1, Economic Development and Tourism Services, stop up, close, and declare surplus 5th Street Road Allowance. Item 6.2, Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services, the 2025 Summary Report for St. Catharines Drinking Water Distribution System as required under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Item 6.4, Financial Management Services, that's the 2025 Councillor Remuneration and Expenses. Item 6.5, Fire Services, Curbside Address Identification. Item 6.6, Office of the CIO, Extension of Housing Accelerator Fund Financial Incentives. Item 6.7, Planning and Building Services, Proposed Heritage Tax Relief Program Pilot Project. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
Sorry, just point of order. There are 2 additional delegates to that are in the audience that I didn't realize to my motion. If we could add them, or again, that would be great.
Okay, so we will need a motion to add 2 additional delegates to the list. Councillor Lindell, seconded by Councillor Miller. This requires a 2/3 vote in majority. All those in favor of adding 2 additional names?
Yes.
Opposed? And Councillor, can you forward the names to the clerk? Thank you. Right, I will get to my declaration to all presenters in a moment. I will apologize for my voice. You may have noticed it's scratching, there's a little bit of a cough. But 2 weeks ago, I was sitting right in this spot, and the CAO coughed, and he looked at me and said, "Don't worry, I'm not contagious." That was a lie. And I have had a cough for the last 2 weeks, so I do apologize if I'm a little bit raspy or I lose my voice at some point. Also, don't tell people you're not contagious if you didn't actually see a doctor and find out that you're not contagious. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines. So we'll move on to item 7.1, Planning and Building Services. Planning Services, application to amend the city's zoning bylaw 2013-283, subject lands 285 Pelham Road and a portion of 285A Pelham Road, owner applicant the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines Fire Services. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public and council to understand the proposed application and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a specified person or a public body as defined in the Planning Act or the registered owner of the land does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission to council prior to council making its decision, they are not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If a person does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or a written submission prior to the council decision, that person may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the application. Members of the public wishing to delegate were requested to register by 9 a.m. today. No delegates had registered to speak. At that time, I will ask if anyone in the gallery would like to speak to this issue. The deadline to submit additional written comments not previously published on the council correspondence listing was 12 p.m. today, and no comments were received and placed in council's sugar sync folder. At that time, the public meeting will be closed, and council will be able to ask staff questions, and will consider the application. The public meeting is now open, and I will call upon Dasha Litvinyak, planner, to present. Dasha, I'm sorry if I got your last name wrong.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dasha Litvinyak, and I'm a planner with the city. I'm here to present staff's recommendation for the zoning bylaw amendment application at 285 Pelham Road and a portion of 285A Pelham Road. The subject lands are located south of Pelham. Closer? Okay, good. The subject lands are located south of Pelham Road at the intersection of Low Street and Pelham Road. The surrounding neighborhood is primarily residential with low-density detached dwellings to the immediate north and west of the subject lands, and extended Carriers and Catharines to the east and 12 Mile Creek to the south. The subject lands are outlined in the red, and as illustrated on the screen, the lot size will be enlarged through the inclusion of a portion of 285A Pelham Road. On the slide, the image has been rotated 90 degrees, so Pelham Road is now on the right. The proposed redevelopment replaces the existing fire station with a new building, including parking at the rear, and adds a pedestrian walkway along the building for better site connectivity. The key feature of this layout is the ramp around the building, allowing fire trucks to enter and exit smoothly without having to turn to the front, at the front or on the road. The preliminary design for, proposed is a one-story fire station building, similar to the one located on Linville Road. The official plan designates subject lands as low-density residential, which permits local public institutional uses. And a fire station is a permitted use in the official plan, so no official plan amendment is required. The zoning bylaw zones the subject lands minor green space G2 for 285A Pelham Road and local neighborhood institutional I1 for 285 Pelham Road. A fire station is permitted in local neighborhood institutional zone, but not in the minor green space zone, which is intended for parkland and trail-related uses. Therefore, a rezoning is required. The proposal seeks to rezone only a portion of 285A Pelham from G2 to I1 to allow for a more functional fire station layout, while the remainder of 285A Pelham property will remain as minor green space. Through redevelopment of the site, the fire station will also include a pedestrian access to the 12 Mile Creek trail system. The zoning bylaw amendments therefore request to rezone the subject lands to local neighborhood institutional I1 with a special provision 191. The special provision 191 is proposed to address a reduction of a minimum landscape buffer on the west and a building setback reduction on the east. Staff are recommending approval of the landscape buffer reduction as the existing trees and shrubs along with the proposed privacy fence will provide a good screening and maintain the buffer's intent. The building setback reduction is next to the east property's parking area, as a setback deficiency occurs in the areas that does not interface with a more sensitive use, such as private outdoor amenity space. Staff have no concerns with the proposed reduction in this location. The lands will continue to accommodate a pedestrian connection to the trail system as it was intended in minor green space zoning, shown with a blue arrow. The application was circulated to the city departments and external agencies for review, and no objections were received. An open house was held at the City Hall on January 7, 2026 to present and discuss the proposed amendment. At the open house, residents raised several concerns. Those included potential potential light spillover, which staff noted will be mitigated through the installation of the proposed privacy fence. There are also were concerns regarding flooding and stormwater management. Those will be addressed through the detailed reports and engineering review at the site plan stage. In terms of traffic, impacts are expected to remain similar to the existing conditions. Residents also expressed concerns about reduction of green space, however, no natural features will be affected. Lastly, questions were raised about the building layout and size. The layout has been designed to support the operational needs of the fire station while maintaining access to the trail system. Staff have reviewed the proposal against local and provincial policies and are satisfied the proposal confirms as outlined in detail in the recommendation report. In conclusion, it is staff's recommendation that Council approves the proposed zoning bylaw as the proposal is aligned with the applicable provincial and local policies. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. At this time, are there any members in the gallery who wish to speak to this particular item? All right, seeing that we have someone. Come on up, sir. And if you could just state your name when you begin speaking.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jason Marr. I live at 289 Pelham Road. Could we go back to the picture of the proposed site for a moment? There was one that showed the green space with as it is on the left and as they want it to be on the right.
So I think the proposed zoning.
Just before that, right there. So if you see where the small sliver of green space is there, I'm 2 houses over to the left. I think that if anyone here was to vote on whether or not this green space should be eliminated and essentially paved over, should visit the spot. There is a major storm sewer drain that runs right from Pelham Road all the way behind that green space into 12 Mile Creek that takes storm water from Pelham Road and the existing or now existing neighborhoods on the north edge of Pelham Road heading up McTurnbull. If you were to visit that place today, currently, you would need rain boots that probably go up to your knee because of the amount of water that sits in that spot all the way back to 12 Mile Creek. We brought this up as a concern because of the stormwater, and it has already been about 10 years ago, there was a major overhaul done of the area where they fixed the storm sewer. I don't necessarily believe that that problem has been fixed. To pave over that area there and have full fire trucks driving over it on a constant basis, I think anyone who maybe isn't an engineer, if you were to go see that spot today, you would think that's a bad idea. That spot stays wet even through the summer months. So it is a very big concern. Again, I think that if you were going to cast a vote on whether or not this should go forward, I ask you all individually to visit that site and just walk it. Walk it, have a look at it, see what you think. That's really our major concern, is that that area is a green space. My wife also has a concern about the access to that green space in the back because it is used by a lot of city members, taking their dogs for walks, going for hikes on the 12 Mile Creek trails, which are very well used. Cyclists use it, runners use it, and they want to, as you can see on the next picture, go right up to the fence line, have a 1 meter of buffer, and then the road for the trucks, and then have a sidewalk, which is right up next to the fire hall, that will be the access for people to get back there, which kind of really changes the dynamic of that area because it is a large, open, green, exactly what it is zoned for, a very large, open, green space. So I think just seeing it, having a look, walking around, maybe talking to some of the people in the neighborhood. I know there's a couple others here. Hopefully they come up and talk. I think that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you very much, sir. If you could just wait, we may have questions from councilors.
Sure.
Councilor Townsend.
Thank you. Thank you for coming up today and sharing this with us. My question is, as I pull it up on Google Maps, it in behind there, it dips down. And is there, it looks like there's like a pond or like it's an overflow? Catch basin, okay.
That was put in for that storm sewer. And then there, at the back of that catch basin, there's another sewer that goes right out in 12 Mile Creek. They built that back about, I think it was about 10 years ago. They excavated all of that. That has been full to the top every day since.
That was my next question.
You will never find a day of the year where it is any lower than full.
So has there been a situation where it's overflowed? So you're saying it's high up there?
I don't think it's ever overflowed,
Okay.
but it does have at the back, it has an outlet that goes, so it slowly goes into 12 Mile Creek.
Sir, if I could just ask you, just make sure the microphone can pick you up because we do have a couple councilors.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. In and behind the back, I can see your lot aligns with it. Have you had any, it sounds like you've had runoff from that back, like water going into your backyard? Any issues with flooding?
I do not.
Okay.
But the neighbor to my
287?
to my right there, which is right next to it, they're here today. They can attest to quite a bit on the front of their property and the side of their property.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Just a quick question. I bike Pelham Road and the trail regularly, but I've never actually noticed that trail at that location. Are there signs that indicate that there's a pathway that you're able to access 12 Mile Creek at that, I guess, at the where the last neighbor meets the property in question?
You've never been on that side there?
No, I'm on the road. I'm on Pelham Road often, but I'm on the trail by the creek often. But I've never seen the entrance to that trail at that intersection. I'm just wondering if there's signages there that indicate that there's a path there?
There's no signage there.
Okay.
There's nothing that says there's access there.
Yeah. But locals know it's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, sir, for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
I saw at least one other hand. Right, sir, come on up. And then I have a lady in the second row. You'll be next, okay? Sir, the lectern is yours. If you could just mention your name.
My name is George Hode, H-O-A-D. Along with Margaret and myself, we are the owners of 287, the property right most affected by this change. We have been in contact with the engineer, Mr. Covetta, and he has allayed quite a few of our fears with regards to the aesthetics and that sort of thing. So that's a moot point for us. But what Mr. Maher is saying about the flooding is quite real. About 10 years ago, Margaret tells me it was the region that came along there, and to try and alleviate some of this flooding, they dug a trench right along our fence. And they were supposed to come back and fix it in the fall. And when they came back, they said they didn't have the right equipment. So you can still see that ditch. You could almost fish in it. It's pretty something. And it stays pretty wet year-round. And it creates an awful lot of mud along the right side or west side of our property, all along the fence line. But if you're going to fix the flooding problem, you might have your hands full, but it should be done. And thank you. That's about all I have to say.
If we just, are there any questions? Councillor Harris actually does have a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. So you're for having the fire hall redeveloped, just address the drainage issues?
Well, I was against it, but Mr. Covetta and I have had quite an extensive conversations, and I seem to be good with it now, as long as we can get the flooding issue rectified, and we have to lose some trees to make the progress. So that'll happen too, I guess.
Okay.
But if you don't have progress, well, you don't have progress. I mean, we used to live in caves. You know, I mean, you got to progress somewhere.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Kushner.
Takes a long time for sound to get here.
All right, maybe we'll come back to Councillor Kushner after Councillor Williamson. Councillor Williamson?
Thank you. Oh, has that strip of land been used as a pathway to connect to the 12 Mile Creek Trail?
People use it all the time. It's not like thousands of people, but you get a lot of dog walkers, you get a lot of hikers, you get a lot of bikers, you get a lot of just people in general. So there's, you know, quite a few people.
So would it make sense to you then to continue it as some kind of a trailway, trail connection?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. If that isn't kept as a kind of a you're using it anyway, where would be your next access to get back there from if you don't have that access?
If you don't have the access, you don't have the access.
Okay, so there's nowhere else that they could have the access to get back
Not until they remove Extendicare, the existing Extendicare facility.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and we'll come back to see if Councillor Kushner is able to get in to ask a question.
Nothing?
All right, thank you, Mr. Hode, for your presentation. And then I had, just on the end here, come on up. You can actually come through the gate right there. I feel bad, everybody else has had to walk a bit of a circuitous route. But if you don't mind just mentioning your name. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Crystal Sullivan. I sent out a letter to all the councillors. Thank you. Outlining all the things that I was concerned about with this project. I am not against the fire hall being redone. It obviously has to come up to some standards. I am upset about the fact that we want to take away green space. You know, we came in here, and one of the first things that you all do when you come in here is you do this land acknowledgement. Does that really mean anything? Like, we can't just be taking away green space and then just going through the motions of saying these land acknowledgements. These areas have been used by the people of our area for a long time. There's actually bike clubs that use that to get down there. They keep the trails in order. They go down there on their own time and they pick up garbage and make sure that the trails are safe for the bicycles to go along there. We also have the animal services go down there, and sometimes you'll see their truck parked there because they're doing the rabies vaccine stuff. If anything, this little strip of land should be designated a wetlands because it is so wet all the time. I know there's no signs there for people to go through, but if, like my husband said, if you went down there and you saw it, it's a big wide open space. And there's a lot of seniors in our area and they just walk back down there, kids walk down there. We see kids with hockey sticks, even the firemen can all attest. They see kids going down there with fishing poles, they see kids going down there with sleds. They use it a lot. Another concern that I have is the 1 meter from the fence line. So I was always under the impression that the reason that the city gave a 3 meter buffer was for safety. You know, you can't build so close to the road because we don't want anyone getting hurt. If my neighbor in between me and the fire hall opens her windows in the summertime, how much exhaust is she gonna get from fire trucks going in and out every day with 1 meter? It's a 6-foot fence. She has a 2-story house. So has anybody taken that into consideration? Nobody in this city is allowed to build 1 meter or put a roadway 1 meter from somebody's fence. Why? Because of stuff like exhaust or salt being thrown on their property or water shedding or whatever. There's reasons why these things were put in place, and they shouldn't be just asked, oh, we don't want to do it now. We need extra space. And then I have asked about the light, and they said they'll address it, but a 6-foot fence is not going to keep the same amount of light. We asked about if there was any environmental studies done. We called the Ministry of Environment. They never got back to us. They don't seem to want to do anything about this. So I feel like there's a lot of things, and when we went to the open house, we didn't really get any answers. And now we're here. So.
Okay, are there any questions for the delegate? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any other members of the public who wish to delegate at this time? All right, seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Harris, Councillor Dodge, all those in favor of closing the meeting? Opposed? That's carried. The public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. So we're going to put the motion up on the screen in a moment. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the motion? The staff recommendation. Councillor McPherson, do I have a seconder? Councillor Lindell. All right, speaking to the motion, I have Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Director of Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services. Thought I'd try your plan there. I'm just wondering, with the questions about the drainage, and I've seen a lot of places recently with the amount of rain we have where the drainage is just not what it should be. If they do pave over this particular piece of green space, which is already flooding, do we have a plan to fix that so that the drain will continue underneath to 12 Mile Creek?
Through the mayor to the councillor, with regards to the drainage for the property, we, as part of the design and through site plan approvals, we will be ensuring that any of the drainage related to the property itself is addressed to ensure that we're dealing with it appropriately. If the question is with regards to the storm sewer that conveys storm water to the creek in the back, we are aware of that storm sewer being there. That is why the storm sewer is being kept under the driveway for the fire hall and is being kept away from the building so that in the future, if there's any maintenance, repair, replacement, we will have access to that storm sewer to do any of that type of work.
Okay, because they're already having problems with that storm sewer. Is there a way that we can ensure that it's not going to be a problem?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, we will be checking the condition of it to ensure that it is in good condition before we finalize any plans for further construction on the fire hall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Planning and Building Services. During the site plan agreement, are we going to look at some buffering along the side that faces the homes that are there? Because there was some mention by the presenter that they're going to lose some trees. So I'm not sure who wants to answer that.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I've got a bit more background on the site design on this one. The proposal is for reduced width landscape buffer along that west side, down to 1 meter. That'll provide enough space to install the fencing, but once the fencing and the curbing is in, there really won't be much opportunity for landscaping in that yard. Maybe some grasses, maybe some small plantings. A tree preservation study was completed. The inventory, there's a row of hedges and a mix of trees on the neighboring property right next to that line, which provide pretty good buffering already. There are 2 trees that could be impacted through construction because of the need, once they excavate to construct the driveway, the curbs, all that work, some trees might be impacted. The city will do their best to make sure minimal harm is done to those trees, but our project manager has been in discussions with the neighbor about that eventuality and what we can do to replace those trees if they are damaged, if that property owner wishes so.
Perfect, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Senior Manager Planning Services. We heard a lot of mention that there's a path there. Is there any way we can accommodate a path along the right-hand side of the property? I'm just going by my memory right now. I think people enter the path from the back parking lot.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. Yeah, some people do cut through the fire hall, some use the grass. We heard that it's often pretty wet, so I wouldn't be surprised if people go around. We don't have the site plan up anymore, but the preliminary site design at this point does still maintain a pedestrian connection from Pelham Road through the back, through the fire hall property. That was identified as something that our Parks Department wanted to make sure we maintained functionally, and Fire Services agreed to facilitate. So you can see that the blue arrow is on the image on the screen is hiding it, but underneath that blue arrow is a concrete sidewalk that still maintains pedestrian connectivity through the site down towards the river valley.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yep, through you, Mayor. So I'm just under the impression that there isn't signage there indicating that there is a pedestrian pathway. And I know that when changes like this can happen, like I know if I was walking or biking by, I'd look at the fire station and think that I probably wasn't allowed to enter their property. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can indicate to residents that this is a connection to 12 Mile Creek at the head of that pathway at Pelham Road.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor, yes, we can ensure that there's signage indicating that there's public access across the fire hall property for access to the back.
Awesome. And I'm assuming that, after this picture, it becomes a dirt path again or just grass? Is that right? Or are we formalizing the trail all the way to a certain section of the ravine?
Through the mayor to the councillor, at this time, it is only to formalize the pathway that goes through the fire hall property. Improvements to the path that takes you to 12 Mile Creek, that is not part of this project at this time.
And then through you, Mayor, to Director of Parks, is there a plan for that connector, or is that something that's just going to remain informal? Oh, he's in the back? Oh, well, if someone else can answer that question, then it doesn't have to be.
Councillor, I don't know if there's any plans to formalize it, but this may be an opportunity to ask for an amendment that a plan be presented before the next capital budget.
Yeah.
To formalize a connection.
I'd be happy to.
Oh, but we can get an answer, so we'll find out if it is part of the plan.
Right.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is part of the plan, and we can provide a more fulsome plan for council when the plan is close to the beginning of the session.
That's wonderful. Appreciate it.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. Through you to the senior planning manager. If we relocated the pathway sidewalk, which crosses over that driveway where the fire trucks are going to be in conflict with pedestrians that walk through there, to the west along the fence line, would we have the width if we squeezed the sidewalk out there and moved it alongside the fence, which may also cause problems for the local residents who live whose backyards, side yards face the fence?
Through the mayor to the council, I'm going to actually defer this one to Mr. Martuccio.
Sure. Through the mayor to the councillor, the reason why the sidewalk is where it is to allow for the turning radius for the fire truck at the back of the property. The property is quite narrow, and the width is required in order to mitigate the appropriate turning radiuses for the fire trucks.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I intended to ask a question on the residents, but for whatever reason, I couldn't unmute myself. But with respect to that ditch along the west side, is that a breeding ground for mosquitoes in the summertime when the water is static? Is that a problem?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I can't answer that with any certainty, but if we do get water for extended periods of time, they generally do become issues for mosquitoes.
I'm going to, Councillor, give me 1 second. Mr. Hogue, I think that was the question that Councillor Kushner wanted to ask. I can repeat your answer into the microphone. Does it become a breeding ground for mosquitoes when there's standing water in those locations? Yeah, to a degree. Okay. And other insects as well. Okay, perfect. So the answer, Councillor Kushner, was yes to a degree, and other insects as well, in addition to mosquitoes.
Okay, thank you. And what will happen to that trenched ditch after the landscaping is done? Will that be filled in?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the intent is to ensure that we still are conveying stormwater drainage through that ditch in the future. However, it will be obviously improved and won't be flooding the site to the same degree because we'll be having a driveway for fire truck access at that location.
And one resident mentioned the fumes from the fire trucks. Are concerned with the expansion, they would get more fumes. Is that the purpose of the landscape buffer, to mitigate any fumes? You have a landscape buffer on the west part of it.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the intention of the minimum landscape buffer requirement in the zoning bylaw applies to parking lots. And it's generally intended to act as principally to provide visual screening between parking lots and neighboring sensitive uses.
Right.
If we look at the bylaw definition for a parking lot, however, also includes the driveway that leads to the parking lot, which is why this wraparound drive gets captured under our zoning bylaw definition for a parking area. Based on the site, even though it technically gets considered a parking area as defined in our zoning bylaw, it won't function as a parking area. It's just a wraparound circulation route for the trucks.
And the last question I have is with the landscaping and the change in the water runoff, will this be an improvement to the neighborhood, or will it be somewhat detrimental?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the works that are being proposed for this site will result in an improvement for the overall drainage for this site.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask if we could refer this back to staff, if it would be the will of council, just to address some of these, mainly the flooding concern and if paving to the back of that green space is really required. And then I do have concerns that maybe staff can come back to address that 1 meter. I know they're asking for that, but I'm asking for a referral. I'll ask for a recorded vote. If not, I'll make further comments.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're capturing all the information that you'd like to see in the memo that comes back. So addressing the concerns that we've heard from residents, as well specifically to the drainage issues and the flooding, as well as concerns with respect to the 1 meter setback.
Correct, the fumes in specific.
And any fumes that may be associated with that. I'm going to ask everybody to, I have the queue, so if we could clear our speaking. Councillor Townsend, if you just want to turn yours off. Councillor Harris, I'm assuming you wanted to ask for something else on the referral?
Something.
Okay, what were you going to clarify?
I was just going to ask perhaps the Director of Planning and Building Services, would there be anything different that comes back if we refer this back to staff than what was just mentioned?
Okay, so Councillor, that's not the question we can ask at this point. If you don't want to refer it, that is totally your purview. You can vote against the referral, but that's not.
Okay, I'll ask one other.
Thank you, Councillor.
Could I actually, if it does get referred back, that the fire chief report back if there's any savings in purchasing fire trucks with the new hall? So that would be part of the report.
Okay. So that would be an additional piece. I'm going to look to staff. What's the quickest that we could turn around a memo of this sort? I don't think we need a report. I think a memo providing the information would be enough. So just a memo with those pieces of information.
Through the mayor to the councillor, staff are making every attempt to answer the questions as they come up this evening. With regards to detailed engineering work about what a future stormwater management plan looks like, that is usually a step that's taken through site plan control, and I understand from EFES that that's something that would take place later after council approves the development in concept, so we can make the next step with the consultants who are doing the work. So in just providing a memo to council about the conceptual aspects of this work, I would assume that we could turn it around in a month or so. If council are looking for detailed drawings on stormwater management, that's going to be months away.
I think Councillor Townsend was looking for the first as opposed to the month as opposed to the months. Am I correct, Councillor?
That's correct, and I just want to make sure that the green space piece is included, because there seems to be a lot of concern about that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, as soon as we can get something back, the better. I think we just have to we heard a lot of concerns tonight about this, and let's find a way that we can work with our residents.
Okay, so there's a motion to refer. This is non-debatable. And the fire chief wants to jump in.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, with regards to the fire truck, last council meeting, we're very happy to have council support us in purchasing 2 fire trucks. That truck has been ordered and saved us $75,000. We anticipate its delivery in the fall.
Councillor Harris, not for debate.
No, not for debate, but maybe I just wanted you to clarify that when we build new fire halls, we don't have to buy special trucks that fit in the doors.
Through the mayor to the councillor, you are absolutely correct. This truck is stock coming down the line, so it's not special order, and this truck will not fit in Pelham Road as it sits today.
Okay, so with that, the referrer has asked for a recorded vote. So I will look to the clerk to call the recorded vote on the referral motion. So this is not for the recommendation. This is for the referral that is currently highlighted at the bottom of the screen.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, so no. So this should come back, we're hoping within a month, so 2 meetings, perhaps a third, but we will come back with a memo and we can complete the outcome of the public meeting. So for an explanation for those folks who are here who showed up specifically on this issue, no decision is being made tonight. Staff are going to come back with a memo on the items specifically that residents have raised here. So they'll be coming back with a memo, and we will be discussing this potentially 2 meetings from now, but maybe 3 meetings from now, depending on the timeline of the memo. And so at this point, there will be no further decisions taken on this particular issue this evening. Okay? At this time, we will move on to item 8.1, Niagara Regional Police Chief, Policing in Downtown St. Catharines. And I will call upon Chief 40, Niagara Regional Police Chief Sarah Rose, Inspector, and Uri Kapazavanhu, the Chair of the Niagara Regional Police Service Board, to present. And I apologize, it looks like Deputy Chief Lagrataria is here as well, but with no mustache. Much better.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, members of council and Your Worship behind me.
Chief, feel absolutely no compunction to have to turn around and address me. Feel free to address council.
Okay. Thank you. It's an honor, a pleasure for us to be here this evening. As you reference, Mr. Mayor, I'm joined by the chair of our Police Service Board, Chair Capsavanu. I'm also joined by Superintendent Sean Perrant, who also works in this business line. I'm joined by Dr. Hector Perez, who is our corporate analyst, and as you referenced, Inspector Rose, who is your detachment commander, and Deputy Chief Lagrataria, who also has oversight of matters related to St. Catharines. As this council is aware, His Worship authored correspondence that was sent to my office. We in turn prepared written correspondence that we sent back to the mayor's office. And through discussions with staff, we felt that it would be appropriate for us to come and speak to the contents of the letter and take any questions that anybody might have. So Inspector Rose is going to provide a presentation, and then Deputy Chief Lagrataria and I will stand by, and if there are any questions that you feel or Inspector Rose feels that we would be well positioned to answer or support, we would be happy to do that at that time. So it's my pleasure to invite Inspector Sarah Rose, your detachment commander, to the podium.
Thanks, sir. Okay, again, thank you, Mayor. Members of Council, for having us here today. Our service continues to move forward with a clear focus. Sorry, just make sure this goes. It's not going. Okay. I heard you. So our service continues to move forward with a clear focus, community-centered policing. Over the past several years, we've invested leadership, engagement, and transparency because that's what residents consistently tell us matters most. Through consultation for our strategic plan and other service initiatives, the message has been clear. People want a modern, accountable police service that listens and adapts. Everything we do is rooted in purpose, protecting the safety and well-being of everyone across the region, including St. Catharines. This slide shows our projected calls for service across the entire region. As you can see, demand continues to rise and is expected to keep increasing over the next several years. Before turning specifically to downtown St. Catharines, I want to take a moment to provide a broader overview of what has been driving demand for calls for service across the city over the past 3 years. The largest and most consistent driver continues to be social disorder and public complaints. These calls include unwanted persons, disturbances, noise complaints, and neighborhood disputes. What this reflects are the broader social pressures we are seeing, not only in St. Catharines, but across the Niagara region. Calls related to mental health and well-being have also remained a significant part of our workload. This includes welfare checks, Mental Health Act apprehensions, and missing person investigations. While these calls remain high overall, we did see a slight decrease in 2025. In 2025, we also saw an increase in calls related to traffic and road safety. At the same time, crime-related calls have remained relatively steady, which tells us that residents continue to report concerns and expect police follow-up when issues arise. Our deployment reflects these realities. We continue to focus on visible patrols partnered with strong road safety enforcement, as well as early intervention along our community partners when situations begin to escalate. Oh. Can you help me go back to slide 5, please? Is that slide 5? Number 5, please. So looking more closely at what is driving demand in downtown St. Catharines, the data shows that much of the pressures on police response is not being driven by traditional crime alone. Instead, high volume categories such as mental health calls and unwanted persons point to a pattern shaped by interpersonal conflict, chronic vulnerability, and repeated contact with the same individuals. As this slide shows, social disorder and public complaints continue to be the primary
drivers of demand in the downtown core. These calls often involve ongoing interpersonal issues and quality of life concerns rather than isolated criminal incidents. Unwanted person offenses, which fall within this category, remain a strong indicator of place-based disorder and repeated police response. Mental health-related calls have been one of the largest categories over the past 3 years. In 2025, we did see a decline, which coincided with an increased focus on visible presence downtown and stronger collaboration with partner agencies aimed at addressing root causes and supporting more proactive interventions. When we look specifically at criminal activity downtown, the overall composition has remained relatively stable. No single offense category is driving significant change. Theft continues to be the most common property crime during this period, suggesting a return to more opportunity-based offending, similar to what we saw prior to the pandemic. Mischief also remains present, but the levels have remained relatively steady. Break-and-enter occurrences are comparatively lower and have been trending downward. Violent crime does occur in the downtown area, but it remains proportionately limited. Importantly, this increase is happening alongside stable or in some cases declining trends in other disorder indicators. So when we step back and look at the big picture, it really points to growing pressure in certain areas as opposed to an overall decline in community safety. Oops, thank you. This map shows police activity across Niagara. The highest call volumes are in our larger urban centers, St. Catharines, Niagara Falls, and Welland. This reinforces the need for a balanced deployment, maintaining strong local presence while supporting regional response when needed. Looking specifically at downtown St. Catharines, we also look at overall harm, which is driven by the nature of calls reported. In 2025, the more serious harm we're seeing is concentrated in a much smaller number of offenses. These tend to be higher severity incidents such as break-and-enters, breach of conditions, robberies, serious assaults, and fraud. We also continue to see that calls for service are highest during the daytime hours. What that tells us is that much of the demand downtown is tied to daytime activity and service-related interactions rather than late-night incidents, particularly during the summer months when the area is busier. This aligns with the way we have been deploying our resources through the core unit and through our work with community partners. It also highlights the importance of maintaining strong daytime visibility, focused offender management, and coordinating prevention efforts, all priorities that are reflected in our strategic plan, which I will touch on a little bit later in the presentation. Also of importance is the coverage of cameras in the downtown, which assist with response managed through the Real-Time Operations Center, or the RTOC. So we are here this evening in response to the letter this council sent, which included a number of specific questions for us to address. The first, the degree to which a relatively small number of individuals account for a disproportionate share of downtown-related calls for service, arrests, and police files. Thank you. As you can see, in 2025, there were over 25,000 occurrences in all of one district, which is St. Catharines and Thorold. These incidents resulted in 1,500 people being charged. In the downtown area specifically, there were just over 5,000 occurrences with over 800 people charged. To give some perspective of those individuals, 28% had multiple contacts with police, indicating repeat involvement with our officers. When we look more closely at the calls for service, what we see is that much of the demand comes from a few consistent types of issues rather than a wide range of crime. About 26% of the calls related to social disorder, things like trespassing, complaints, or disturbances. These calls often involve the same location and sometimes individuals, which can lead to repeat police contact. Another 26% of calls are related to health and well-being, such as assist ambulance, mental health act calls, or welfare checks. These situations often involve vulnerable individuals who may come into contact with police more than once. We also see 14% of calls connected to administration of justice matters, which means breaches of conditions, warrants, or failing to appear in court. These are often linked to individuals who are already involved with the justice system. Finally, about 7% of calls are traffic-related, including collision reports or driving complaints. So when we look at the overall picture, it shows that a significant portion of police demand is tied to repeated interactions involving individuals facing complex circumstances. Question number 2. Trends involving repeat offending, breaches of court-imposed conditions, and failures to comply with release orders. In 2025, 832 individuals were involved in over 1,100 incidents relating to compliance issues. These include things like failing to attend court, not following release conditions, or breaching probation. What that tells us is that a portion of our calls for service involve people who are already part of the justice system but are not following the conditions that have been placed on them. Addressing that challenge requires a focused and coordinated approach. Our core officers working along frontline patrol maintain a strong presence in the areas where these repeat interactions tend to happen. That visibility helps us identify issues early and respond quickly. We also rely heavily on data and crime analysis to identify patterns in individuals who are repeatedly coming into contact with police. That information helps guide how we manage repeat offenders and where we focus our efforts. Many of you may also be aware of the provincial dashboard that tracks bail compliance. This is a useful tool that we use to work with our law enforcement partners. At the same time, we continue to work closely with community partners through initiatives like the situation tables. These bring police and service providers together to support individuals who may be dealing with complex challenges and who are at higher risk of repeat contact with police. This work forms part of our overall strategic plan, and more specifically, the Integrated Crime Prevention and Harm Reduction Action Plan, which focuses on balancing enforcement and with prevention and strong community partnership. For your third question, charge outcomes and available information regarding matters that do not proceed through the justice system following police action. Looking first at 2024, our officers laid more than 2,000 charges involving just over 1,000 individuals across roughly 1,400 incidents. As you can see, as of mid-February, over 800 of those charges were withdrawn. More than 500 resulted in convictions, and another 500 are still pending before the courts. Turning to 2025, officers laid under 2,000 charges, again involving 1,000 individuals across 1,400 incidents. As of mid-February, the status of those charges shows over 250 convictions, around 350 withdrawn, and more than 1,300 still pending in the court system. It's important to pause on that point for a moment. Once police lay a charge, decisions about how that case proceeds move to the justice system, through the courts and the Crown Attorney. Police are responsible for investigating incidents and laying charges when evidence supports it. But what happens next, whether the charge moves forward, is withdrawn, or ultimately results in a conviction, is determined through the broader judicial process. Keep in mind as well that when a charge is withdrawn, it doesn't necessarily mean that the person wasn't held accountable. There are many reasons why a charge may be withdrawn. In some cases, that person may have pled guilty to a different or more appropriate charge. In others, particularly for low-risk offenders or offenses, they may be directed to a community-based program or alternative resolution. Question number 4, operational and systemic constraints that affect our ability to disrupt repeat offending cycles, including legislative frameworks, bail provisions, court timelines, mental health and addiction factors, and resource allocation considerations. As I said earlier, policing is only one part of a much larger system, and there are several structural factors that shape what we're able to do. First, there are legislative and bail framework considerations. Ontario's bail system is designed to apply the least restrictive form of release whenever possible. In practice, that means individuals who have a history of breaking conditions may still be released with new ones. As a result, we sometimes see the same people cycling through the system repeatedly, often for offenses like failing to attend court or failing to comply with their conditions. Second, there are court timelines and broader system capacity pressures. As we showed earlier, a significant number of charges remain pending in the courts. That reflects the reality that the justice system is managing a high volume of cases, and it can take time for those matters to move through the process. Another important factor involves mental health and addiction challenges. Chief Forty has spoken before about the intersection of mental health and addiction and the challenge that often presents. Many of the people who come into frequent contact with our officers in the downtown area are dealing with complex health and social needs, including substance use and chronic mental health issues. In those situations, enforcement on its own is rarely enough. Addressing the underlying causes requires coordinated support across health services, housing, social programs, not police alone. And finally, there are resource and demand pressures. While our staffing levels have increased in recent years, the demand for service across the region has also grown, both in volume and complexity. Despite that, we have increased the number of officers assigned to one district, and we have expanded the core unit to support frontline officers and strengthen work with our community safety and well-being partners. At the same time, we continue to adjust how we deploy our resources to focus on visibility and prevention through high visibility patrols, community outreach with crime prevention through environmental design, often referred to as CEPTED, audits, and focused hotspot policing. So moving forward, this slide highlights several of the key areas that we'll be focusing on as we move forward. First, we will continue with focused hotspot policing and increased visibility in the areas where we know that demand is the highest. This includes place-based problem solving supported by our core officers, along with ongoing collaboration with the community organizations and local business partners. We're also strengthening our approach to offender management with the particular focus on the most prolific and high harm offenders in the region, and specifically within St. Catharines. The goal is straightforward: to make sure our resources are directed where they can have the greatest impact. Another important piece of this work is how we use our data. Through analysis, we're able to identify individuals who may be involved in complex or high-risk situations, including those who are most vulnerable. That allows us to step in earlier and work with our partner agencies to connect people with the supports that they need. We'll also continue expanding collaboration through initiatives like situation tables, where police and community partners come together to support individuals facing elevated risk and help reduce repeat demand for service. And finally, we will continue to build on the Safer Public Spaces initiative. This focuses on improving safety in shared community spaces through a balanced approach that includes both engagement and enforcement. This all adds up to a coordinated approach, combining visible policing with focused enforcement, supported by data-informed decision-making and strong partnerships, all aimed at strengthening community safety. The Police Services Board 2026 and 2029 strategic plan introduces a coordinated set of initiatives focused on prevention, early intervention, and stronger partnerships. In the center is an integrated crime prevention and harm reduction strategy, which brings together proactive enforcement and community-based prevention to address repeat harm more effectively. Supporting this are the neighborhood presence initiatives that strengthen visibility and trust, and the offender management and supervision platform, which enhances monitoring of repeat and high harm offenders. Our plan also includes strategies for emergency preparedness, road and public safety, human trafficking prevention, youth engagement, mental health and addiction response, and gender-based violence prevention. Together, these initiatives form a practical, evidence-based roadmap designed to improve safety outcomes across Niagara. Can you go back one for me? Thank you. This slide shows an example of hotspot mapping in downtown St. Catharines. This initially started as a pilot project in downtown Niagara Falls and has recently been implemented region-wide. The red hexagons highlight areas with recent disorder or criminal activity where locations experience a higher frequency of calls for service. When officers conduct directed patrols in these areas, the hexagon shifts from red to green, showing the area has been addressed and all time spent in these areas are tracked. This gives supervisors real-time visibility on deployment, supports accountability, and ensures resources are focused where they're needed most. This slide outlines a few recommendations based on what we're seeing in the data and through our day-to-day experience. First, we will continue strengthening visible policing. In practical terms, that means officers maintaining a strong presence downtown, including focused foot patrols in areas where we know the demand is highest. Being visible in the community helps us address issues early and helps people feel safer in the spaces where they live and work. We also know that not every situation requires a traditional enforcement response. Because of that, we will continue working with our community partners to develop and support alternative response approaches that work alongside frontline policing. These approaches allow us to better support vulnerable individuals through coordinated efforts with partner agencies using non-enforcement options when that is the most appropriate response. Finally, we will continue strengthening our collaboration with community safety and well-being partners. Working closely with those organizations help us identify individuals with complex needs and connect them with the supports and services that can help. Taken together, these recommendations reflect a balanced approach, maintaining visible policing while also working closely with partners to address both immediate concerns and the underlying issues driving demand. This slide highlights our See Something, Say Something initiative, which you may have seen on our social media platforms. The message behind this is simple. If you see something concerning or are the victim of a crime, please report it. This applies to any type of crime or suspicious activity. If something doesn't seem right, report it. Don't assume that someone will or already has. Police cannot address issues that we are not aware of. The information that we receive from the public plays an important role in how we analyze crime patterns and shape how we deploy our resources across the community. This concludes our presentation this evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address your questions and provide some context around the work that is being done in St. Catharines and across the region. We would be happy to take any questions from council.
Thank you, Inspector Rose, for the presentation. At this time, we have a couple of questions from councillors. I'll start with Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for coming in tonight. It's certainly appreciated. My question is, previously at a conference, I believe it was FCM or AMO, but a few councillors and I believe the mayor as well were able to partake in the City of Ottawa's Police Department's core unit foot patrol in the downtown. I know there have been plans, there have been conversations about that. Is that, Ottawa has like a satellite unit that's based, they've rented out a storefront downtown Ottawa, and it seems to have helped with some of the challenges they've had. Is that something that Niagara Regional Police are considering in downtown St. Catharines? I look at the data that you presented tonight, and there's certainly a lot of issues that do happen downtown. I'm just wondering if you can comment on that.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. The storefront remains a focus. It's part of our master facility plan, so it is being talked about. They'll look at different police services and how they do it. We'll have to take some consideration to what the storefront looks like, if it's just somewhere that police will just go in and do reports, or is it somewhere that the community can come in and interact with the core members. But it's still something that's being talked about. I'm not sure if that anywhere else it lands, but.
If I may, through you, Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for your question. And you're talking about the Byward Market project that Inspector Stubbs introduced to the Ottawa Police Service. And that is the function of the foot patrol is similar to what our core officers do. The second part of your question, as I understand it, is about the actual physical workspace called a storefront. I can tell this council and the mayor that our board is receiving a report this Thursday that it contains, as Inspector Rose references, a master facility plan. Within that board report are 4 recommendations, one of which speaks to storefronts. As you referenced, the hotspots in Niagara Falls, St. Catharines, and Welland, based on the data, based on the research, would suggest that a storefront would be an enhancement to our service delivery model. But as I referenced earlier, that is going to our board on Thursday for their consideration.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that feedback. Another question that I'll ask through you, Mr. Mayor, is I get this question a lot when I'm out in the public, and a lot of people ask is the question around the police helicopter. What is the planned use for it? I know a lot of people in the public come back to me and say, well, why does Niagara Regional Police need this? Because you have the OPP, you got RCMP, but then they highlighted that there was, I guess, there was a really good partnership with Niagara Helicopters, like the local provider. I'm just wondering if someone could comment on the planned use for that. So it is a very common question that I do get from people when I'm out.
Thank you for your question, and through you, Mayor, I get asked that question a fair bit as well. I can tell Council that the deployment of a helicopter is a partnership that we have agreed to with the Ontario Provincial Police, whereby they will be providing a helicopter to us, and we will be part of a larger pool across the province of Ontario. I can also tell you that the provincial government has agreed to pay for the helicopter, the operating costs, every money that we would be attributing to the deployment of the helicopter through a transfer payment agreement. So, and the mayor would recall that in our budget submission this year, we identified 5 tactical flight officers, that is the person who flies in the helicopter with the pilot, but we attributed no salary dollars because the salary dollars are also going to be paid for by the province. So it is a cost-neutral enhancement to our service delivery model, whereby they will be available to assist with calls for service that are dynamic in nature, a stolen car, a high-speed chase, a break-and-enter in progress, a robbery, missing persons, high-risk calls in Niagara Falls along the waterways. So it is a significant enhancement moving forward with our service delivery model that comes at no cost. I had 2 helicopters that I had the privilege of overseeing when I was with the RCMP out in British Columbia, and I would say that they are down a lot because of weather and maintenance. What we have built into our service delivery model is, in addition to helicopters, we are enhancing the use of drone technology. So our tactical flight officers will be operating drones as part of our suite of services under our aviation umbrella, which will be a tremendous benefit for our first responders, again, missing persons, potentially getting the calls for service before our officers do. It will allow us to be a much more efficient in the provision of policing services across the region.
Thank you for that. And my last question through you, Mr. Mayor, the drones, I'm interested in hearing a bit more about that. That's neat to hear that. Do the drones, do they pick up thermal energy? So if you're looking for, say, someone's missing maybe in the woods, would it pick up, like, it has like heating to show that there might be, is that the part of the drones? I know helicopters have that technology, but I'm just wondering if this is something the drones would be able to provide.
The helicopters have, it's called FLIR, that's the technology, correct. I'm not aware yet of what the capabilities of the drone, what their abilities to detect kind of thermal heat patterns, I think is the term. Yeah. It's something that we're just starting to work our way through. One of the things that we have to work through is Transport Canada has regulations with respect to line of sight. So we're working through all the mechanics of what that might look like and what their capabilities are. There's also a counter drone technology that we're also looking at. So,
wonderful. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Deputy Laguataria tells me they do have FLIR. He's more technically competent than I am.
Thank you, Councillor. And Chief, just on the storefront issue, because I knew it was going to come up tonight, just on behalf of Council, thank you for, I think it was an original conversation we had when we did our walkabout in the downtown after you became Chief, and it was something Councillor Yip, myself, I think Councillor McPherson were part of the conversation as well with yourself about identifying possible storefront locations. So thank you for moving that along. It's come a long way from the conversation we had on the street that day, and it's good to see that it's moving forward. So thank you. Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Inspector. Thank you, Deputy Chief. Just a couple of questions to bring it back downtown. Could you, for those people, yeah, I know, I'm going to drag you back in.
I was going to say she did a pretty good job of sliding out of here.
I thought it was a very good job. I was waiting for, but for those people who don't know what the core unit is, because we talk about it a lot, but, sorry. Could you just explain what the core unit does? I mean, I've been lucky enough to spend the day with Sergeant Richardson in the core unit, but for those who don't know what it is, could you just explain what it is?
Sure, and through you, Mayor. So our core unit supplements our front line, but they're not first responders. So they're police officers, more times with a little extra experience, added training when we look at crisis intervention, the SEPTID, which we talked about earlier, crime prevention through environmental design, and they're officers that are really deployed to deal with situations that arise that take longer to actually solve. So they can deal with the root issue of certain things, and while they're dealing with those types of incidences or calls for service, that allows our first responders to be available for those priority calls. So lots what we'll see our core officers do is focus on they deal with property crime. We've had some great initiatives in St. Catharines. It's our 3P project, our past the point of purchase, where we focus on retail establishments that are seeing influxes in shoplifting. They'll deal with a lot of encampments, a lot of homelessness, a lot of people on the streets, in essence, and unwanted persons, things like that. They'll go and do a lot of foot patrols. They do bike patrols. They'll be assigned to ATV patrols. Anytime you also see a large demonstration, they'll be involved in that as well. They're all PLT trained, so police liaison team. So they all have additional training to, in essence, deal with people who are organizing large crowds. They really are like the jack of all trades, but they have the time to put their time and effort into a lot of these issues that we see are directly tied to the community safety wellbeing plan as well. So everything you can imagine within that community safety wellbeing plan is really tied to the duties that are focused on core, in addition to youth engagement and any other type of community involvement.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it does seem that the core unit is really, or spends a lot of time building relationships. I know I've seen the core unit at the St. George's Breakfast Program, the OSNAM Center, kind of in and around. So it's about building relationships with not just the businesses and the community members, but the folks who are sometimes causing some of the trouble.
Yeah, like through Mayor, when mentioned the idea of dealing with the root issues of things, and that's in essence what they do. So they have the time, they have the really, they're put in a position where they can focus on the individual, tied extremely close to the region and the community services as well. So they're in a great position to identify people, especially when we talk about situation tables and things like that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. They're going to take the time to really understand the situation, because every situation is unique and there might be a different solution, I guess, for everybody's needs.
Okay. And then just because there's a lot of acronyms that go around, the MCERT team, how does that, and I know it's different than CORE, but how does that work? Does it work with CORE? How does that kind of work with the overall system?
So MCERT, so it's our Mobile Crisis Rapid Response Team. That's where we have an officer. It's a hybrid team where you have a police officer who's paired up with a social worker through CMHA, Niagara. So they're in a position where, in addition to responding to calls for service, they will be more or less a priority response to people in mental crisis. So they are in a position there as well to offer that little additional expertise. With the social worker there's different databases and different experiences that they bring to the table to really speak to the person who's in crisis to see if hospital's the issue or possibly not. Maybe it's a referral. And this program is more or less also in line with the MHART, right, with Niagara EMS that they have, where they have a clinical nurse who works with the paramedic. So similar when we're looking at the types of individuals that they interact with, but a little bit different.
Okay. And I just wanted to ask about the public safety, and I'm going to get the name wrong, but the open use. I know I had a conversation with Sergeant Richardson a couple weeks ago, and he was talking about kind of what he's seeing from arrests and just kind of, and I think people in the downtown have noticed fewer people using. Could you just talk a little bit about kind of where maybe not numbers, but like, is it working the way you wanted it to, I guess?
So through you, Mayor, short answer, I'd say yes.
Okay.
We are going to provide a report to our Police Services Board for our April meeting. For those not aware, the open air, really it's just an approach that we took more or less a stance on the use of drugs in public spaces. Use of drugs, illicit substances is illegal. So the approach really is to then go deal with those situations. We heard from community members that there was a belief that it was more or less maybe a complacency, maybe a little bit passive approach, but we're in a position where we want our officers to engage with individuals who are involved in criminal activity, deal with them according to the law, but then determine what the appropriate next step would be. So it might entail an arrest, it might entail the seizure of their actual illicit substance. But then again, depending on the officers who are involved, we'll be able to then see what are the next appropriate steps. Is it a criminal charge? Is it a referral that goes through to one of our support services? And again, I'd say our core officers are definitely the most involved when it comes to this, but that puts them in a position that overlaps all these other great services that we have in the region, including situation tables, where we can say, maybe this is somebody who qualifies, and then we can pass it along.
Okay. Final question, and I'm probably going to put people on the spot, but okay. When we did our walkabout downtown, because I know and Chief, we've all talked about it, is that the perception of safety is just as important as, actual safety. Are there things that we as a city could do, probably a big, wide open question, but are there things that we as a city could do specifically in the downtown to provide that sense of safety and security for people because we want people to come downtown? Beyond having patrols, walking patrols? Is there other stuff that we could be doing that we're not?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you for your question. I often think that the perception of safety is more important than whether or not you're safe, because if you don't feel safe, really nothing else matters. Right. And we have talked a fair bit about trying to ensure that the downtown core is vibrant and it's a place where people want to come. One of the things that you have done that I applaud you for, you are a leader in the province, is you have started to take a position on some vacant houses, homes that are unsightly and invite social disorder. And I've done 3 affidavits in support of the city to do that. You are a leader in the province. I thank you for that. I think SEPTED is really, that's part of SEPTED. And I think that you have embraced it. I know I've spoken with the mayor and the city manager about this several times. And one thing that I often feel is very supported by the city. So we stand beside you in trying to do everything we can to ensure the well-being of the downtown core. It's important to us that it is vibrant and a place where people want to come as well. And I thank you for the feedback. We are hearing that it is getting better. I heard last weekend the bars, it was really very busy, no significant criminal activity, and people are enjoying what it has to offer. We're coming into the summer months. You know, it's not lost on us that things could change, but we will try to be well positioned to support you because you are supporting us.
Okay,
So
thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Deputy Chief Inspector. So Councillor Mako and I have the privilege of representing Port Dalhousie Ward, which has kind of some of its own unique challenges. Fortunately, most of it's pretty safe north end suburban neighborhoods. And the dynamics have changed in the downtown, and we talk about downtown things. We've got downtown Merton and downtown Port Dalhousie. Unfortunately, it's not a hot spot most of the year. In the old days, used to bring the paddy wagon on the weekends, and it was a pretty wild place with the outdoor patios, et cetera. It's changed a fair bit, but we still have these key weekends like Canada Day weekend, et cetera. It's pretty predictable where we have these congregations, crowds, arrive at Lakeside Park, and it kind of brings its own issues. I just wanted to make sure that I know that you deploy appropriate staff, recognizing that those situations are going to be happening.
Thank you for your question, through you, Mayor. One of the other units that we created in the last 2 years was our emergency management and planning unit. And they are fully engaged in doing operational plans for all significant events like you referenced. So I think Port Dalhousie, we're seeing a lot of new construction and growth there as well. I'm hopeful that we'll see continued economic development that flows with it. So it's on our radar. I mean, obviously our hotspot is downtown. We talk a lot about it, but we're not forgetting about the other communities. One of the benefits of the hotspot program is that if we receive a call from somebody and they say, we haven't seen a police officer in 12 years, we have the ability now to go into our data and say exactly when officers are where. And if we're not getting any activity in a certain community, we can direct our officers to start going there. So it does add a lot more accountability on us and on our people. It's not meant to be Big Brother, but it's meant to be responsible. We are trying to be responsible with public monies to police everywhere.
Great, that sounds good. It sounds like a sensible approach. Recently, Doug Ford has announced bring your own booze to some public areas, and I guess that's going to require some coordination with the municipalities and yourselves, and I guess that'll have some challenges that we'll have to address together. I guess that's a question.
I could say through you, Mayor, maybe, I guess we'll see what happens. One thing that I often remind our members about is we have a tendency to respond to calls for service because somebody has either lost somebody or lost something. But the majority of the people that live in our community are good people. They're law-abiding people. They're people who go to work every day and earn a living, and I try to remind our members to do that. If the boundaries that we have to work within change with respect to consumption of alcohol, we'll change with it. People of my generation had a big shift in their thinking when marijuana was legalized. Like, it was a big change in our mindset, and we've adapted to that as a service, and we'll continue to adapt to changes as they come our way.
Right, and as a parochial ward councillor, the two roads where we get a lot of complaints about speeding would be Martindale Road and Lakeshore Road West. I just wanted to bring those up because that's the most frequent calls that Councillor Mako and I get in terms of speeding, those two particular roads. Main Street, of course, we don't have speeding because it's got so many potholes that people can't speed on it. But Lakeshore Road West and Martindale Road tend to be places that we get a lot of calls about. Yes.
I'll
Yeah, you've
answer it a bit,
noticed that
though,
too, sir.
through you, Mayor. So for anybody, we kind of kept it out because we focused on downtown St. Catharines, but we do have mechanisms in place for that purpose. So there is a hotline that we have. There's, if you go to our Niagara Regional Police website, there's an email address, as well as there's actually an online form you can fill out as well. So I would encourage, much like the see something, say something that Inspector Rose spoke about, if there is an issue like that, we need to know. Right? So public safety, it's really a shared responsibility. So when we know about it, we can actually react, and all these complaints get filtered through to our traffic services unit, and then we're able to deploy our resources effectively. So, you know, it's unfortunate that I'm hearing this. However, if we know about it, there's absolutely something we can do about it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just for clarification, Councillor, you used a word there. I don't know if I know the meaning. Parochialism? I've never...
I've just gone for Toulouse, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councillor. Up next is Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to kind of touch on a little bit of what Councillor McPherson, that perception piece, because I think that's a lot of what we were talking about in January. My understanding is historically our crime rates and crime severity rates have generally been lower than the national average, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. And from the presentation tonight, it seems like things are stable. But we do, you know, I'm not sure if it's the same with everyone, we certainly get the perception from residents that things are less safe or crime is going up. Could you maybe touch on why that's happening? Because those two things seem out of line.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I think the nature of crime is more sensational now. I think that the violent crime is coming down in the downtown core, and we ask ourselves that same question. I think there's a couple things that are leading to it. Our core unit is working closely with some providers, one of whom is in the positive living. The region recently introduced an initiative that I think the mayor was actually the driving force behind creating.
Welcoming Streets?
Yes.
So I'm going to share some credit with the two downtown councillors who brought it
Okay.
forward to this council initially, and that's how it made it its way up there.
So we're seeing our partnerships increase. Our engagement in situation tables has become more fulsome. I think today is our first day of actually having a full-time secondment to the situation tables. So I know through my interaction with the senior administrators at the region, they feel that the relationships, yeah, bless you, are better than they've ever been. And I think that is a direct impact on our violent crime rates.
Okay, and thank you. Another, again, sort of what I think is a misalignment is we get, probably the number one thing we get is, as Councillor Williamson alluded to, is stuff like traffic, but it relates to the sort of visibility piece that I think people want to see police more, and or feel like they're seeing them less, or, you know, if we you know, talk about traffic issues, it's you know, we can't be everywhere at once, which of course is true. That seems out of line with the you know, the police budget continues to go up significantly year over year, and like 40% over the last decade, I think. So where does that fit in? Like, where, you know, people are seeing the budget go up, but feel like they're seeing police less often or less visible. So, you know, how do you think that perception occurs?
Okay, thank you for your question, and through you, Mayor. I think that every meeting I go to at every city council or every business or BIA or Chamber of Commerce meeting, everybody says they want to see more police. Every single one, they want to see more police. So that's in terms of our visibility, we are trying to right-size the organization, which kind of dovetails into the second part of your question about the increasing cost of policing. It's not lost on me that we are expensive, and we have become more expensive over the last decade. I think what has happened in Niagara is we find ourselves in the perfect storm whereby we are trying to right-size our organization, meaning that we were perhaps not paying enough attention to our pressures, and we have really tried to move towards embracing data and evidence in building our service delivery model. So that's the one issue. The second issue that is happening at the exact same time is we have new legislation, Community Safety and Policing Act, which has really added significant pressures on us around training, around de-escalation, around response to critical incidents. So we're trying to right-size the organization at a time when new legislation has come in that has further placed additional stressors on us, which has also had a direct correlation to our budget. So it's the perfect storm. In the last 2 years, our increases have been significant. And unfortunately, I think, we can see that for another year or two before we hit the place where we need to be, I think, for everybody's benefit.
Okay, and my last question is just, I appreciate that harm reduction was part of the strategy or the strategic plan, and I know you touched on the open air drug use and the potential open air alcohol use. We're talking about the consumption treatment side. Later, I'm just wondering if the police have an opinion on that site and the operation of that site and the potential impact any closure or reduction of service that site would have.
Yeah, we are certainly, and we've had discussions with Positive Living and the region. I had discussions as recently as today. I know we will be participating in discussions led by the region and leaders within the community, because we recognize there are services provided in that environment that are really important for our communities. So we will, continue to dialogue, because we don't want the vulnerable community to become more vulnerable and to engage in social disorder that impacts all those law-abiding people that I talked about earlier, right? It's a complex issue. Oftentimes it's as Deputy Libertario referenced, it's the intersection of addiction and mental health. These concurrent disorders can become very complex and labor intensive. So our hope is that we can work with our partners so we can get people that are most at risk the help they need, whether it be through situation tables or other venues, to put them on the path to the life that they deserve to lead, but also support our broader community.
So do you see, if the site were to close and more people were to be forced to go from using privately at the CTS to publicly, if you are arresting more people for that, isn't criminalizing that behavior, doesn't that make it harder for them maybe to get that help for those, that intersecting mental health, addictions, and crime? Are they going to get the help they need then?
So your question really is arresting our way out of it the solution?
Yeah.
I don't think it's that simple. I think we play a role, like the deputy said. Every case is unique, and it's not our intent to embarrass people or to humiliate them, to enhance their placement within the criminal justice system. We want people to get the help they need, but we want to keep our community safe, and we want people to live here, work here, and play here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you for the presentation. Through you, Mayor. The data that we saw today, I'm assuming that was Niagara-wide, correct? I'm actually specifically talking about, it showed a drop in 2025 in mental health, in mental health calls, but that's Niagara-wide, correct?
So through you, Mayor, thank you for your question. The data that was presented, we started first region-wide.
Yeah.
And then we went St. Catharines-wide.
Okay.
And then we went downtown.
Okay, so for that one slide where it showed a pretty good decrease in mental health, was that slide 5?
We could go to slide 5.
Was that downtown?
Slide 5 is
Yeah,
downtown.
sorry, through you, Mayor, that was specific to downtown St. Catharines.
Okay, and like, I mean, I did hear a little bit about the downtown community safety meeting, and I think welcoming streets was mentioned in connection to, you know, that they were a good partner to partner with, and I have no doubt. But I'm just wondering, with the data that you have, like, is there a way to track how effective those types of responses are? Because I think like they started in 2025. Not that I want to attribute that drop to them alone. I'm sure that, you know, your core unit's been working harder every year. But I'm just wondering, like, is there correlations to draw? How is the relationship with welcoming streets? Is one of the things we were hoping it would do would be relieve some pressure from officers, because as you say, you can't arrest your way out of it. There are a lot of complex cases. We want to make sure they're being directed to the right place. How's that going? Has it been positive? Are you seeing results?
Thank you again, through you, Mayor. The Welcoming Streets initiative, I think, was initiated in the fall. I just read a preliminary report, I think, that was prepared maybe a quarter into it.
Yeah,
and
right.
What it does, what they referenced was some of the persons engaged in helping support people on the street, and it also there was a survey of business owners.
Yeah.
I think 20 people, 20 persons participated. And for the most part, it was positive. I think that with continued engagement, like any pilot project, as it continues, it will get better. So I am supportive of it. And one of the intended goals that I think is fair, and I hope continues, is to reduce the workload on our police officers, so we can engage in other activities.
Yeah, and
which I think was your question.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of our goals too. Even though, you know, these types of interactions with the police is something that happens more at the regional level than our level. So it's nice that you guys came and we were able to ask these questions and hear that there's potential that is still to be seen and has been seen in the fall. With the potential closure of the CTS site and the potential for you know, more open drug use, I'm just wondering, like, when these types of issues come up, how do you plan to address that? Like, I know that a lot of users have moved to inhalation rather than injection, but a lot of the inhalation is not they're not able to provide that on the site, so it's mostly injection. So we're going to see more people using in a manner that it can be more disturbing to witness in our downtown core. So I'm just wondering if the police have made plans. What's going through your mind when you think about that potential situation?
Okay, thank you for your question, and through you, Mayor. In terms of our approach to working through the anticipated closure, you know, it's early days for us. I know that there's a meeting next week with the region and Positive Living, and I'm assuming there'll be other persons there, so that we can work together to try to find the most effective way, as you referenced, to use all of our resources without really taking away from other priorities. So our goal will be to try to be a good partner. As I stand here today, I can't say to you exactly what that looks like, because we'll work through that process with our other partners, with the goal of trying to do the best we can, of course.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenters, excellent job tonight. I'm going to carry on just a bit with the mental health and addictions theme. Councillor Ratzlaff stole my first question, noticing that drop. I've also heard feedback in a positive way that the training you're offering service-wide on mental health and addictions is making a difference. I know you offer the specialized teams as well with MCERT and Coast and Core, but you also offer training to all of your officers, correct? And I wonder if you wouldn't mind speaking to that, because it doesn't matter which officer a member of the public might interact with. I've heard that is working in the skill and competence around engaging with any of your officers, specifically with mental health concerns, is improving.
Yeah, thanks. And through you, Mayor, the training that's being referred to is our crisis intervention training. Yeah. So that's facilitated with the help of our CMHA partners, which is fantastic. And the goal really is to get every police officer, especially our frontline officers, trained as the crisis intervention trained, because any call they go to, regardless of whether they're partnered up with the social worker in that MCERT capacity, would benefit them. So that is something that we actually drove in our previous strategic plan. It's so important that they've actually incorporated into our new recruit training too. So even all recruits getting it across the province, including obviously Niagara, are getting a specific crisis intervention training.
It's great to hear because you're raising the floor for all your officers. My other question is a bit different about dispatch. So the first interaction you have is with the dispatcher when calling 911, and we talked about this small, like mental health addictions is the root cause, but it's a small number of high frequency individuals. I don't know if it's a question for you, Chief, but to speak to when someone first calls 911, what does that experience look like? And I know there's some work underway through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan trying to improve our crisis response in general on mental health and addictions, because someone might not call 911 all the time, and when they do, how do they navigate that system with the PSAP, I guess, as well? Deputy, you want to take that one too?
Yeah. So I can answer that through you, Mayor. So the Niagara Regional Police Service is a primary safety answering point, so PSAP, as you're well aware. We're primary, meaning we get the initial 911 call that comes in. Police are also a secondary answering point, much like Niagara EMS and fire, where the call will then get diverted. So notwithstanding the fact that the use of 911 is for emergencies, people will use it for their own emergencies. And what they could see happen is they're going to make the call to 911, and right in our communication center at our headquarters, one of our call takers will take that call, more or less answer police, ambulance, or fire, and we go from there. So we also follow it a priority dispatch. It's a structured call taking, which then could help triage the call. So as soon as they get the information they potentially need, then they deal with it accordingly. So depending on the type of call will depend on what the next question is. There's lots of conversations, especially when you're focusing on mental health, as to what that looks like from a response piece. There are other services across the province that utilize nurses right in their dispatch center. There's been lots of discussions with the region. I was actually part of some action tables with regards to an alternate to 911 for mental health and addiction. And those discussions really do continue. And it's more or less focuses on whether or not a police response is the most appropriate response for anybody in mental health crisis or with addictions. Appreciating, though, that if there's a violence or a safety piece, then of course we get triaged with that too. Much like the individuals we deal with on a day-to-day, every call is unique as well. Yeah. So it really depends on what the information we're receiving to kind of divert it where it goes.
Well, thank you for highlighting. I just think it's important because we always see the boots on the street and the talk about the visibility of the officers themselves, but the response actually starts before that at the dispatch center. So I just like highlighting that part of it.
We often refer to our communicators as the first responders, and they really do a phenomenal job just doing their part to really ensure that initial caller is well taken care of and then supported through their little journey through dispatch and everything else.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not seeing any other questions from Council. I did have a couple, just very quickly, just based on the presentation. My first one, if we could go to slide 14, it lays out the number of charges and then how many withdrawn, convicted, pending for 2024 and 2025. I think, Inspector Rose, I think this one's for you. Okay. You've been so bored for the last few minutes, so. So just doing a little bit of quick math, and I'll apologize if I'm wrong, but adding the 888 to the 580 to the 517 doesn't equal 2,029. So would I be correct in assuming that the remainder is?
Sorry, so they were through you, Mayor. So those would be processed by other means.
Okay.
So they would be released unconditionally on scene.
Okay. Now, just based on those numbers and doing a little bit of quick math in my head, about 45% of the charges were withdrawn, 30% were convicted, and then we have another 25%, give or take, that are pending. Would we expect the same ratio of withdrawn to convicted?
Through you, Mayor, the trend would remain the same.
Okay, so then I guess the completion of this question is, that would give us a withdrawal rate of north of 50%, probably closer to 55 or 60%. Historically, going back, let's say, over the last 20 years, would we expect 55 to 60% of charges laid by police officers to be withdrawn when they get to the court stage?
Sorry, through you, Chair, through you, Mayor, and I'm going to talk with my back to you. What's important to note is when a charge is withdrawn, it could be done for a number of reasons. So unfortunately, we do deal with individuals, and sometimes in one instance, they get charged with multiple offenses. Another thing that might happen is that they might be charged in January, they're released, but then further throughout the year, they get charged again. And the way our judicial system works, they group it together and then they end up going to court. So on any given day, it's very possible that an individual may have multiple charges that they're before the courts for. And based on our judicial system that we have currently, it's possible to get a conviction for one and withdrawal for another, or a conviction for some and a withdrawal for others. There's also the ability when you could admit guilt without being convicted with an offense as well, right, through absolute discharges and conditional discharges. So in essence, all that means is somebody might be dealt with, go before the courts and be in a position where they're going to admit guilt, but they won't receive that criminal conviction. And then the last piece to this is, because every situation is unique, at times people can go through the court system with charges, and then based on their situation, there might be an alternative measure that they want to do, some sort of resolution. It might include one of our partner agencies or support services, and in that case, to participate in that type of program, we'll use John Howard as an example, then the charge would then be withdrawn. So it's a little deceiving because it's not as simple as you're convicted or it's withdrawn. It's very gray.
And I appreciate that, Deputy Chief. Didn't actually answer my question, though. Is it historically, is that the way we would have seen it in the past as well? I mean, all those things that you explained make complete sense to me, but has that been the way it's always been? 55 to 60% of charges get withdrawn because of one of those alternate pathways, et cetera. Is that a historical average?
So to answer your question, Mayor, I can't honestly give you
Okay.
that. And the reason I say that is that the system has changed completely.
Yeah.
So it could be something we can take away and see if we can kind of get a little hard.
And I would be curious about that, and I apologize. I mean, this is the sort of question I would normally not spring on you, but it came to me as we were looking at the numbers and the number of withdrawn and pending. The other question that I had, slide 17, there's a point in terms of moving forward, implementing offender management. And I'm wondering if someone could give me a better explanation of what offender management looks like, because that seems like something, in the context of the letter, there was an indication that there is a group of offenders who are higher volume and are responsible for a larger proportion of the incidents and the charges. What is required for offender management to be implemented, and what does it look like?
Yeah, so to answer your question, Mayor, through you. So offender management is something we already do. We have an offender management program. Depending on the type of release, more times when we use the term offender management, we're focused on those sexual offenders and following up with them. But the great thing really across the province is that we are looking at that bail reform, or that idea. So offender management also is that bail release program that's going to be a provincial dashboard for violent offenders. We'll be rolling it out in Niagara as well. And not to say that police services work in silos. We try to share our information, but now we have information at our disposal to not just know who's been charged in Niagara and where they're living, but who's been charged for serious offenses outside Niagara and that they're living in Niagara for that offender management piece. In addition to that, we have a lot of great units, our innovation units that are working on dashboards. So we have individuals we deal with on a more frequent basis, and it could be for crime and it could be for social disorder. And then we have other people and what we call their harm scores, where they commit offenses that are serious, and in essence, they get a larger score. So now having all this information, we can be very proactive in what we do. Our core guys actually in St. Catharines, they have a list of people on conditions that they're actively going out to do, and this is above everything else I spoke of what they're doing. So we're just in a position, evidence-based and informed, that we can take approach where we're being very proactive when it comes to the management of things, and it's just really doing what we did, but a lot better.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Chief?
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to answer your question. Just to top up the deputy's answer, if I may. Having discussions with our corporate analyst and the manager of our corporate strategy and innovation, we are in discussions with our partners within the corrections system to try to build a model that would actually track somebody on arrest, into custody, out of custody, to know exactly where they are. And in addition to that, we are trying to build a model where we can put a cost, like a financial cost, on a crime and on an individual, to say that this person, through the commission of these offenses, has cost whether it be law enforcement, corrections, the healthcare system, this impact on society, and trying to move into that sort of space to have a much better picture on the harm or the impact on a community that prolific offenders can have.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that will probably be a very helpful tool for councils and multiple levels of government to try and better understand and get a grip on the issues that the communities are facing. So, excellent. I don't see any more questions, so I will say before we sort of close here, I think I can speak on behalf of the CAO and say, Chief, to you and Deputy Chief and Inspector, thank you for coming, and thank you for the partnership we've been able to develop over the course of the last couple of years. It's appreciated, and your presence here tonight answering the questions of our council is appreciated. So thank you for being here, and yeah, sincerely appreciated. Can I have a motion to receive the presentation? I have Councillor Stevens moving it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. We're moving on to item 9.1, Economic Development and Tourism Services, Air Canada Landline service at Niagara District Airport. And prior to discussion of the report, I'll look to Dan Pelham, the Chief Executive Officer of the Niagara District Airport, to provide a presentation. Mr. Pelham, the lectern is yours.
Thank you very much. Did I hit a button here that moved it? Or? Oh, okay, perfect.
You broke it, Dan.
Like I'm at home.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Mayor Cisco and members of council for having me here today to speak with you. And I did want to certainly recognize and thank, I know online, our council representative, Councillor Mark Stevens, is on the line as well too, and thank him for their ongoing support. Additionally, I would like to take the opportunity to thank city staff led by Brian York and his staff and Brianne here as well for the support on the economic development and GR side of some of the work that we have here before you today. So I'm here to make a presentation to City Council regarding an exciting business and travel opportunity that we're onboarding at Niagara District Airport. So it's a partnership between our 97-year young facility and our 90-year young national air carrier, Air Canada. Discussions began with Air Canada and Landline in November and December of 2025, with information certainly being provided to various committees of the Airport Commission and to our Airport Liaison Committee, which consists of the mayors and CAOs of each of our respective municipal partners. Service will be introduced in June of 2026 and necessitates a host of agreements, capital projects, and operational changes. Most significant of those is in the request in the report before you here today. So, I've lost my, nope, not a problem at all. I can move without it. So in front of you, the slide that you'll see in front of you is Air Canada and Landline. And Landline is a partner that's currently operating at a number of airports across North America and certainly at a number of airports in Ontario themselves. So in the United States, their partnership actually consists of where their partnership goes airside. So you actually go through security, you go through, on our side, CATSA, as you would go through and then go airside to airside. So it's an interesting partnership from that space. We're not quite there yet on the Canadian side. The partnerships that they have with Kingston, Hamilton, and Waterloo started in 2024 and in 2025. Certainly they've been incredibly supported by their communities. I know in Waterloo they've moved within the span of a year from 5 motor coaches, 5 trips daily to 12 trips daily. Kingston has moved from 2 to 4, and Hamilton I still thinks at 5 or 6 daily from their side as well. Next slide. The product itself was at our launch on the 12th of March, and I know that there are some folks here who certainly saw and went on board. So it's a premium luxury motor coach product. They purchase a brand new vehicle, and they strip it down from 47 seats to 36 seats. And as you can see in front of you, a number of the different items that are there. Please don't ask me what a net promoter score is. My social media presence isn't strong enough to be able to explain that one to you. However, as you can see, it's a 2x1 setup, premium leather, Wi-Fi, etc. 36-inch legroom. For comparison, your typical air travel would have 29 to 30-inch legroom perspective. As you can see, Wi-Fi and seat power, etc., etc., etc. Next slide. I think the key items that I would support here, and this is some of the advertising that's already actually out and available. Some of you may have seen it come across your social media platforms or otherwise. So it's already out there from our partnership with Air Canada. A couple of key items that I would highlight are the real strengths of the partnership. But number one is there's flight protection. So if you book your flight, you have to book it through Air Canada. And when you book your flight through Air Canada, you have flight protection. So if something happens on your route to Pearson Airport, which wouldn't be shocking for it to happen, whether it be traffic, an accident, whatever the case might be, and you miss your flight, it's full and complete flight protection. So they rebook that for you, no different than if you were sitting at the airport and there was an issue and they rebooked that. So you don't have to get on the phone with customer service and manage through that long haul and go through that space. So that's one. Certainly there's Aeroplan points accrual, which while small is certainly a beneficial item for folks directly from your Niagara point destination to Toronto and beyond. Your bags are checked for you at Niagara District Airport. So we'll walk you through a slide here later that kind of shows you through that process. But essentially, you come into Niagara District Airport, Air Canada will have an office and an attendant that's at the office in our airport. They check those bags, and then they go on board the bus. When you get to the airport, you bring them in and just drop them into the self-service kiosk. You have no need to do any further checking of your bags from that space, so a bit of a savings of time. Free parking, I think, is the other one at Niagara District Airport. So parking is most assuredly not free at Pearson Airport, no matter how close you try to get to from that side. And I think the most exciting and interesting one for anyone who's taking the service is that if you were booking a flight from Toronto to Vancouver and that flight was costing you $500, the commensurate booked flight from Niagara with the bus to Toronto and then Toronto to Vancouver still costs you $500. So there's no cost to the service. Air Canada is obviously using it as a means of being able to attract and retain passengers from their side and supportive of using the assets and their engagement with airports nationally to be able to do so. Certainly some commensurate benefits as well as for those if they are driving, if you have Uncle Bob picking you up at the airport or dropping you off at the airport, the cost of fuel nowadays is somewhat prohibitive as we move forward with that, and less cars on the road is certainly beneficial as well. Next slide. The platform in front of you today, if any of you have the Air Canada app on your phone, you can pull your Air Canada app out and type in YCM into your booking space, and it will immediately pop up that you have the opportunity. It went live as of approximately a week ago, and you can start booking flights from June 15th onwards from YCM through to whatever your destination is, and it shows up on the right-hand side, as you can see, as if it's just a seamless portion of your trip as a connector. No different than if you were connecting on a trip from Toronto through to Calgary, through to Yellowknife, wherever you may be going. So it highlights that it's a motor coach portion of the journey. However, it is the exact same way. You get a boarding pass in the exact same fashion that you would utilize, whether electronically or a hard copy of what that boarding pass is. So it's meant to be a very seamless engagement. However, the key as referenced is that these need to be booked through the Air Canada website or through the Air Canada app, utilized from that side. As you can see, that's a screen grab as it shows right now. When you type in YCM, it immediately shows up. Next slide. This is an example. I think I've walked you through the experience from that side, so you can certainly go back and take a look at how he walks you through in terms of your check-in all the way through to your checkout, and same for on the way back. Next slide. One of the key items for them is ensuring that it seamlessly connects you to the most opportunities that you have at Pearson, Toronto Pearson. So it's 3 times a day in, 3 times a day out. So you can see where it says departing from YCM at 5:30 in the morning, 11:20 and 4:05. Those are the departure times from Niagara District Airport, and the commensurate times of which they then arrive back at YCM. You can see through those areas right there. Key item for Air Canada and for Landline is they're trying to make sure that those match up for if you're a Niagara resident utilizing the service, you're getting to Toronto Pearson Airport in time for that morning rush of flights that goes through, or if you're taking trips internationally through to Europe, you're using the evening one and getting there in time for all those evening international flights and through that window. Those timelines are set from Air Canada and Landline, and they're using them to ensure that they have the greatest and maximum potential to lock you in through to their service routes as they move forward. Similarly, the other item of this is that tourists are booking this in the exact same way. So an individual from Munich, from Madrid, from Shanghai can be booking their flight on the Air Canada app, and they're seeing that they're getting a seamless direction and connection to Niagara, which is where they get out at our airport in Niagara District Airport and then find, the last mile travel piece, which connects them through, whether it's Uber, taxi, et cetera, from that side. I think Air Canada and Landline are most excited about the service given the proximity of our location to all of our built-up areas. You've certainly heard me say before, we're 12 minutes to the downtowns of Niagara Lake and St. Catharines and to Niagara Falls. So we're in, our location is quite proximate for the services that they're looking at providing. Next slide. So that's the service in a nutshell, and this is the request in front of you today. So the financial details with respect to the contract as it's moved forward is there's a minimum revenue guarantee, which is the look to be provided to support the service, given the fact that the service has not existed before, and they're purchasing a bus that's costing them over $1 million on a service that hasn't been run in a previous scenario. So. It's being shared equally by, it would be proposed to be shared equally by all three municipal partners, which is $125,000 each. However, the commitment is it's not dollars that the airport needs. The commitment is something that can be drawn down upon. So therefore, what happens in the next slide, we'll walk you through it a little closer, is essentially on each bus, there needs to be a minimum amount of individuals to cover their costs. When they if they don't cover their costs in a specific month, what they'll do is they'll draw from the revenue guarantee to ensure that they cover what those costs will be. Similarly, if they find that they're bringing in more passengers than what their cost is, the first thing they do with those revenues is they pay back into the revenue guarantee to ensure that it gets to zero. So essentially what the revenue guarantee is, it's covering the risk associated with this new route from that period of time for the first year of this contract. Obviously, we're quite hopeful that we'll be able to move forward, that the service will be a complete success, and we move forward in successive years of contracts, at which point we have a bit of a different space where we can talk about negotiating as they're looking at the purchase of their $1 million plus asset as they move into the service. As well, there's also, in the financial perspective, additional revenues. There's revenue for the airport from passenger fees. We get passenger fees for each individual who happens to come through from that space. We wouldn't be charging parking in the beginning, but we certainly have the ability to if we want to, once we've done the necessary capital improvements to be able to do so. They will be paying for office space in the airport, and most assuredly is the soft benefits of our engagement with Air Canada as we move forward with our airport redevelopment project, which it's a very important item for us to have our national air carrier interested in and excited about the Niagara market. Capital expenditures as well, as I've referenced, we will be making changes to parking spaces, necessitating a cost of about $100,000, seating, signage, wayfinding, a number of other items on there that we're actually looking and providing dollars for. Air Canada is also spending a significant amount of money on advertising the route, but they also look for local partnerships to be able to support and supplement the marketing that they do. So as referenced, you probably have all seen on your social media scenarios what's there already, and they're looking to have supplementation of that with the three municipal partners. So given the timing that I'd referenced before and how quick we certainly had to move on this, the immediate guarantee could be accommodated through our own internally restricted reserve, which is designated for capital improvements from that side. And the direction of the Airport Liaison Committee was that support from the municipal accommodation tax could be an appropriate source for this commitment with respect to in front of you here today. I can suggest to you that, not suggest, I can tell you that Niagara Falls and Niagara on the Lake have already had a similar request in front of them and have approved those requests from that side. Next slide. Those are the dollars associated with it. As you see, I think I just walked you through it. We have an agreed cost per instance, and essentially what it rolls into is 10 individuals per bus. So if you have 10 individuals per bus, you're basically covering the cost of what it looks like. Anything above that, they're bringing in revenue. If they've pulled from the revenue guarantee, that revenue goes back into there. If they haven't, they're pulling from the revenue guarantee. I can share, as I referenced with you, what's occurred previously in the markets of Hamilton and Kingston and Waterloo, and they're not adding or doubling the amount of routes if they're not being successful in those markets. Next slide. These are just examples of some of the marketing materials that Air Canada does and begins on their side that you'll see and begin to see more of as we take a look at it. And then additionally, we have some product images of the exterior. Next slide. And through the next slide as well, too. And that's some of the launches at some of the other the airports from that side. And the next slide is from interior product images from that side. So I think what I'd highlight in closing is a couple of the key items for us is that this certainly enhances our connection with our communities. It establishes certainly our value statements to our residents that we believe, the partnership with Air Canada and the support for our redevelopment project that's underway, and that it's our national air carrier, so this is not a small airline from that side. And then lastly, it's an additional revenue source for us moving forward that we hope to be able to establish as part of our budgeting process continuing forward. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pilon. Questions from council. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Dan. Thank you for your presentation tonight. I have a few questions on this. In regards to the marketing piece from visitors coming into Niagara, am I understanding it correctly that they're going to be marketing Air Canada flights to YCM, saying, you can book from Amsterdam to YCM? Or are they going to be, because it seems like they do a lot of promoting of the major cities in Canada, which I understand. Have you gotten any clarity on that from the tourism marketing piece to it? Are they going to be marketing, from like internationally visit Niagara by booking your flight to YCM?
So through Mr. Mayor, just to ensure that I'm capturing the question, you're referencing that much of the Air Canada marketing is focused on international markets to Niagara?
Correct.
Correct, and I think that's why in front of you, you have a complimentary ask for dollars to support additional marketing, because Air Canada will certainly be interested in the 500,000 individuals who live in Niagara. It's what makes this a very intriguing opportunity for them. There's rarely a scenario where you have such a large population base, where I think the 13th largest metropolitan area in census area in Canada, and then additionally, 12, 13 million tourists. So much of that marketing would be a group with the 3 communications representatives from the 3 municipalities and the airport working together at ensuring that there's local marketing as well.
Thank you for that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. The free parking is clearly, it's a huge bonus to have that. Has there been a commitment that if this becomes a success for the next few years, that parking will remain free?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't suggest that we even go as far as necessarily as the year. The scenario right now, if any of you have been out to our airport, outside of having a staffer standing out on the roadway, trying to collect dollars as they come in, from our side, there's capital investments that need to go in to being able to do so, whether it's a honk mobile scenario or whether it's something more robust than what that would look like. And as I've referenced the timelines with respect to this project, which is, as you can see, quite quick, that was not in our capital budget. And we have a number of other capital expenditures that we're looking at doing, such as adding about 60 parking spots to our parking lot. So we did purposely remove that from the contract. I think in some of their other scenarios, they've looked at including that at other airports, and we removed that so that we have the opportunity, should we choose to utilize that as a revenue source, to be able to do so.
Thank you for that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, certainly a lot of excitement for the airport. I remember when I was on the Airport Commission, having the privilege to be on the Airport Commission last term, we did talk about a potential air carrier. Is there any conversations about having an air carrier? I mean, obviously, it looks like Air Canada has a significant interest. And the other piece of that is, what is the timeline for the runway extension?
So some small questions wrapped around a big one. Through you, Mr. Mayor, our airport redevelopment project, we're currently still underway. We unveiled our master plan in November. Certainly have presented, I think, on kind of the outcome, where we are with that in a number of instances. We're hopeful for good news as we work through the provincial budget right now, is because there's been significant conversations provincially about the support through Destination Niagara for our airport and its importance to with respect to that. So that's continuing to move forward. We're working on the funding strategies right now. numerous meetings with federal and provincial partners that I've had over the course of the last 3 months. I couldn't even count the number that we've done. So that's certainly significant and underway, and we're working with airline carriers as well with respect to what that could look like. So this is a beneficial partnership because, as an example, at the kickoff, one of the speakers was the director of regional markets and routes for Air Canada, and bringing them into the airport is certainly beneficial as we move forward with that process. Additionally, substantially, I can suggest we did have Fly GTA, which was a small scheduled service provider that a number of you in this room probably took part in, and we're in conversations right now and hopeful of reintroducing a similar service with some additional stops with a similar partner in the next few months. So we're excited about what that could do.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. This is another quick question to add on to Councillor Townsend's question about parking. I actually got a question on the weekend. Is the free parking for the duration of their flight and vacation? So if they're gone for 3 weeks, the parking is free for 3 weeks?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Thanks, Sam, for the presentation. Just Air Canada has been private since around the time I was born. So I'm a little uncomfortable, with this guarantee just as a look at subsidizing a private industry, though I understand the value proposition for Niagara. The Landline's been operating for a couple years in other places. Does it generally turn a profit or generate revenue in that? Because I saw in that agreement sort of a seesaw if they are generating revenue versus if they're not, then we're not actually paying out that money.
Yeah, certainly. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think a couple of interesting items there. I mean, we're certainly a different partner to partner with than even what Kitchener-Waterloo Airport is right now or what Hamilton Airport is. So there's a significant risk associated for them in the fact that if I asked any of you where YCM was, you probably wouldn't have been aware that we have a three-letter code because we don't have commercial scheduled service right now. So to book this trip, what they've found in most of their instances is that the repeat business is off the charts.
Okay.
But the key is getting people to understand and recognize that the service exists, and they can book it through the Air Canada app and website and go from there through what's called the code share. So that's where their challenge kind of runs into. So as I've referenced, it's a significant capital expenditure for them as they move forward in that. But in their other instances, yes, they have. Kingston started service in late September of 2025, and as I've referenced, they've added routes already to what that looks like, and they have a very similar setup to what we have in front of you here before you today, supplemented by their municipal accommodation tax as well. Certainly, as I referenced in Kitchener-Waterloo, they started with 5, and I know in December they bumped up to 12 of these per day. So,
okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've answered I think you've answered the question I was going to ask about other municipalities. You mentioned how many other municipalities have initiated this and how successful are they?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's the City of Hamilton, Kitchener-Waterloo, and Kingston. And what I can say is that on the launch of our service on March 12th, they additionally launched this year in Muskoka and Sarnia as well at the same time. So they're offering 3 additional in addition to the 3 in Ontario that were there.
Yeah, and how successful are they?
Through Mr. Mayor, I mean, it's successful from the perspective of what they've shared with us. Certainly, as referenced, they've added service on every single one of those routes within the last 2 months.
And I assume you've been in contact with business development.
Yes.
Okay. And what's the feedback from them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Is this where I don't know if I should speak for Brian?
Okay, I can ask Brian.
So let's
then.
just say Brian is shaking his head and saying good. He seems happy.
Okay, so it'll probably be referred to staff for comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenter, I think Councillor Miller asked my first question clearly, but a revenue guarantee means if the $375,000 is made, the city, it doesn't pay a dime. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, if the service is successful, they don't need to pull from the revenue guarantee, correct?
That's that.
And if they do get a space, what they have seen in almost all of their markets is there's usually a lag period of 2 to 4 months where they're trying to build the business and they have to pull from the revenue guarantee, and then they become successful and they pay back into the revenue guarantee as it moves forward. And then it establishes the service as it goes forward and becomes successful. So that's really the risk factor is for the Niagara District Airport, establishing that with our communities and our residents and being aware that it's there and that they can book it and utilize the service. And additionally, the revenue guarantee as referenced would be split 3 ways through the 3 municipalities there.
Okay, thank you for explaining. I wasn't familiar with that term, revenue guarantee. And for those other municipalities you mentioned, Kingston, Waterloo, and Hamilton, was the amount asked to their local area municipalities the same? Was it $125,000, or was there a different formula?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they wouldn't be in a scenario where their airport is jointly owned by 3 municipalities, so it would be 1 fee for a municipality, not the third of the fee that you see before you today.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Dan and staff at the airport and the commission for all the hard work they've done to get this where we are. You do agree, Dan, it's a great step towards our master plan at the airport. I mean, having a big name Air Canada coming in or showing the rest of the world our airport, wouldn't you agree? If I lost it.
Yes, Councillor Stevens, thank you.
Sorry, yeah, my computer, my fan is starting to make a lot of noise. I don't know if you guys, hopefully you can't hear that. I guess the other, and then I mean, the main thing is that what you're asking for, I'm looking at, if we had to pay any money, we're only on the hook for a third of it either, which hopefully we wouldn't have to pay anything the first year. And if we did, it would be minimal, and it's split 3 ways with our partnership. So, and look, I'm thinking that the risk is fairly low myself, and it's a positive thing that you guys have done. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Yes, the risk is
think
mitigated as referenced for it being Air Canada and that, yes.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the good work you've done, and I think it's a great thing, and we really need to help support the airport to help it grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I'm going to try to make this a question, but as a transit advocate, I have to make a question comment here about the fact that we're paying for a bus to go from an airport to another airport when we have a train and transit that should be doing that work. Would a GO train with hours the same as what you have here be in direct competition with this bus? If we were able to make that happen.
So I actually think that's an unfair question to ask Mr. Pelham because he is not a GO train expert on their scheduling. However, I would say that no, this bus would be faster. The GO train would take about 2 hours to get to Union Station, where you would connect to the Union Pearson Express. I'm just saying, the way the network is currently set up, no, you're talking about multiple transfers, and that's if you could get a train from St. Catharines.
Yeah, and if there's no traffic on the highway, but anyways.
But I will point out that this comes with a guarantee that if you are late, then Air Canada rebooks for you.
It just, yeah.
Councillor, your point is very well taken, and I think many of us agree and wish that that service existed.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions or comments, thank you, Mr. Pelham, for your presentation. Can I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Harris, Councillor Townsend, all those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Can I have a councillor to move the recommendation in the report? I'm going to look to Councillor Stevens, as he is our airport rep, and as a seconder, Councillor Harris. Are there any speakers to the motion? Councillor Miller.
Yeah, can we get an update? Where's our MAT at, the MAT tax?
Matt's at this spot right here. However, the
Matt
municipal
Cisco.
accommodation
Oh, sorry,
tax,
that's what it is. I thought it was the Cisco tax. I remember it's the Matt tax.
definitely not. I'm just looking to Mr. Smith or Mr. York.
Yeah, sure. Through the mayor to the councillor, the MAT reserve, so the municipal accommodation tax reserve, city protected funds sit at approximately 600,000, sorry.
And if I recall, we had to spend 50% of that on tourist services or directly tourists.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, 60% is committed to TSTC, Tourism St. Catharines Inc., which is our eligible DMO. 40% is retained by the municipality to be used for exclusively tourism-related purposes. So supporting this service is a clear and appropriate example of why would we make this investment.
Okay, so this would be all of our MAT reserve? Potentially, no.
Through the mayor to the councillor, no. 125,000 would be committed of the 600,000 to support this investment, should it need to be tapped.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, in addition to the 20 in marketing.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kushner.
I'll pass, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just a question. Where was I? Yeah, for the municipal accommodation tax reserve is a perfect way to fund this if necessary, because then it doesn't rely on anything coming out of our tax levy. Would that be a safe bet to say?
That is correct, Councillor, yes.
So, and ultimately it's about bringing tourism. I mean, it's great that we'll be able to get out of here quicker and everything, but the ultimate goal is to bring more tourists to our area. And that's what that municipal accommodation tax is supposed to help do. So I think it's a very good thing, and I would hope that we all support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other hands, I will just quickly say thank you to Mr. Pelham for the presentation and for the hard work that's been going into this. It's great to see additional usage of YCM, which I will now use that 3-letter code as often as possible to remind folks. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, item 10.1, support for the continued operation of the St. Catharines Safe Consumption and Treatment Site. Prior to discussing the motion, council will hear delegations from Janice Coles, Chair, and Lisa DiDonato of the St. Catharines Public Library. Kat Dodge, Executive Director of the St. Catharines Downtown Association. David Barnett, Talia Storm, the Director of Streetworks Services Positive Living Niagara. Peter Clausey, Anne-Marie Zamet, and Kate Verneberg. At this time, I will call upon Janice Coles and Lisa DiDonato from the St. Catharines Library.
Good evening. My name is Janice Coles, and I serve as the chair of the St. Catharines Public Library Board. Excuse me. With me tonight is Lisa DiDonato, our business administrator, and 4 of my colleagues on the board. I'm here on behalf of the board to support Councillor Miller's motion. We've seen how cuts to consumption and treatment services in Hamilton have affected its public library, and how their board and management have dealt with them, first by contemplating a temporary closure, and now by limiting access to their downtown branch. The St. Catharines Public Library is committed to providing a welcoming, safe, and accessible environment for all. To ensure this, we ask everyone who comes in to be respectful of others, follow all laws, and take care of library property. But like Hamilton, we are at a breaking point, with rising incidents involving individuals experiencing homelessness, trauma, mental health challenges, and substance use. In bad weather, the library is a designated warming or cooling center, and instances of drug use and other unwanted behaviors rise. Staff and security frequently administer naloxone and find used drug paraphernalia. Emergency services are called daily. Urine, feces, and vomit are found on furniture and fixtures. Personal items block the entrances. All of this has meant that many library users avoid the downtown branch. These are not simply loitering issues. They are high-severity health and safety crises that our facilities were never designed to contain. And our staff should not be expected to manage. This is not a temporary spike. It is a worsening pattern that is becoming our new, unsustainable normal. When the local safe injection site is closed, we anticipate that things will get worse as more individuals in crisis come to the library seeking support. We've done what we can to deal with this current crisis. We welcome, support, and actively engage with community partners who provide services to those facing challenges. Staff provide current community resource information when needed. Staff training has been expanded. We enforce the library's code of conduct fairly and consistently, with zero tolerance for alcohol or illegal drug use, verbal assaults, and physical violence. We have a policy and process that tracks incidents and helps prevent future occurrences. Security at the Central Branch has been increased, and security camera coverage with live monitoring has been expanded. Washrooms are locked and monitored, furniture has been repositioned, and the administrative staff have relocated to customer service floors. But we need more help. While the support we receive from emergency services is excellent, there is pressing need to strengthen preventative measures. The library is not a social service agency. Our staff are information professionals, not crisis counselors or medical first responders. And asking them to manage a public health crisis exceeds their professional scope and creates significant liability. We cannot simply pivot or get trained to manage these situations. Individuals experiencing homelessness, mental health crises, or substance use challenges require safe, accessible spaces and services outside the library. We need two things. First, greater access to social services. Their limited staffing and restricted hours often leave our library staff without support when responding to those in crisis. Social services must be properly funded and mobile health and outreach teams expanded so that our staff can step back safely. Second, capital funding is needed to renovate the Central Branch to improve sightlines and overall safety for all. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions for the presenter? Councillor Miller.
No, I just want to say well done, Janice. Thank you, and thank you for your leadership, even though you excluded Jackie and myself from the board when you said there were 4 board members. I think we're still on the board, but nonetheless, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit on what you mentioned Hamilton's situation being. Hamilton's library. So it's gone to limited hours. It's card holders only, I believe. But just maybe, can you share a little bit more about their experience after their CTS is closed?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, I'm a retired librarian who started her career at the Hamilton Public Library, downtown branch, and it was nothing like it is now. They had a safe injection site right across from the library downtown, which has closed. And they have just had a huge increase in incidents. This has all been in the news, and that's where I'm getting my information. At first, you probably saw that they were going to close the library. In fact, I believe they've closed it on Sundays. And it was open Sundays when I worked there. And they also now are requiring people to show their library card when they enter or register. And I believe that's cut down on things. I could have our staff check in with them and report back.
We had a meeting on Friday with them.
Oh, do you want to address? Lisa has something to say.
So we had a meeting, so everything happening in Hamilton is happening in Niagara. So in St. Catharines, downtown St. Catharines has the same problems as exactly what's happening in Hamilton. When we read the paper, we're like, yep, check, 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 exactly. Especially the open drug use. So we had a meeting with Hamilton on Friday. It was Hamilton, Niagara Falls, but it was specifically Hamilton. Ken asked for a meeting with them on Friday to talk about what was going on. They have seen a decrease. They had only one incident that day, which is huge. One incident is huge. Like when I go home every night, there's 2 or 3 incidents on my phone every night, every weekend, nonstop. So that's huge. They're getting the stats for us, and they're going to share them as soon as they can, but they have seen that carding people as they come in, and people are getting in. There's an increase in cards, so the homeless can get, and the unhoused can get cards. It's just that now they know who is coming into the library. They also require that for the public computers as well, but we were in contact with them. It is working, but everyone has the same issues as us. And open drug use we were actually surprised because every single person complained that open drug use this year is way worse than it's ever been.
So just to be clear, like in Hamilton, things have gotten worse since the CTS has closed.
They say that things have gotten worse since it's closed.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, ladies, for the presentation. We'll now call upon Kat Dodge from the St. Catharines Downtown Association.
Hello, good evening. I want to thank Mayor Cisco and the councillors and staff. It's a pleasure to be back here in council chambers. I know it's been a difficult year, and I thank you all for navigating some of these complex issues going on. I'm not here to take a position tonight on the CTS or on the province decision to end funding as it shifts to a different model. We know that this impacts people in our community in very real ways. I'm here to ensure that downtown businesses are supported with whatever comes next. I appreciate the direction council's taken in recognizing the pressures and that this adds to the community. And I'm representing over 700 businesses and property owners within the St. Catharines Downtown Association, individuals who have chosen to invest in our beautiful downtown. They've invested their livelihoods in the heart of our city. Business and property owners who rely on people choosing to visit our main street, to live, work, shop, and spend their money in the downtown. And those decisions are usually shaped by one thing: perception. Specifically, whether people feel safe if they want to come downtown. And many of the issues that we face are the same ones that main streets across Ontario are facing. We've had the opportunity to learn from other BIAs who have already experienced similar changes. We've spoken to them, as well as our members and various community partners. And while perspectives on the CTS do vary, one thing seems to stand out clearly, and that's this will impact our downtown businesses. What we know is that hundreds of individuals have been accessing the CTS site regularly, and what we're hearing from other downtowns is that when these services are removed, individuals often continue to gather in the same area, spill into nearby public spaces without supervision that was previously in place. And that shift increases the visibility of drug activity, the risk of overdoses, and it places additional pressures on the people who are most present in the community, which are our businesses. These challenges are not new to the downtown. We are already seeing, of course, some of this in our downtown, And we don't want to see the progress that we've made and that we've learned about tonight and been speaking about reverse. Over the past year, the Downtown Association has invested a full-time maintenance position to support the city's efforts in keeping the downtown clean and welcoming. And as part of that role, our team, alongside many of our businesses and property owners, they regularly address reoccurring cleanup issues in the downtown, including those related to drug use on a weekly basis. We've also seen the positive impact of the Welcoming Streets initiative, alongside the ongoing support of the Niagara Regional Police, emergency services, and our city bylaw teams. Through these combined efforts, we have received feedback that some of these challenges are becoming more manageable, and I was happy to hear that mentioned earlier tonight as well. However, with the displacement of individuals who have been accessing the CTS site, there is a concern that this activity will return and that overdoses may increase. Downtown businesses are already doing more than their share. We cannot expect them to absorb additional pressures without support. We understand the solution's complex. It involves multiple levels of government, and we're here today to ensure that the impacts of our downtown, the core of our city, are considered as part of that response. We are already working with partners on initiatives such as naloxone training and communication strategies for our businesses, and we hope to see these efforts continue to be prioritized alongside the city as we move forward with the downtown stabilization and safety reinvestment plan. From a downtown business perspective, these key priorities would include clear communications and protocols for our businesses, continued investment in the cleanliness and fast response of the downtown, a viable presence and support in our public spaces, and strong collaboration on activation, events, and messaging to continue to support and promote the confidence in our downtown. Downtown businesses and property owners share the goal of safer communities and stronger pathways to recovery. But at the same time, it's important that these impacts of the changes on the small businesses are recognized and considered as we continue to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat, for your presentation. Seeing no questions, thank you again. I'll now call upon David Barnett.
Good to go? Or I've never done this before. My name's Dave Barnett. I'm the president of QP 911. That's your paramedic, dispatchers, and occupational therapists that respond to 911 calls here in St. Catharines in the Niagara region. Am I allowed to ask a question to the counselors?
Not really. It could be a rhetorical question.
Oh, okay. If I were to say 17 wins, no losses, who do you think of?
New England, or no, yeah, New England Patriots.
Right here. 1972 Dolphins, the only undefeated team in NFL history. Now, if I were to say 1,500 wins, no losses, who do you think of? No, not the Leafs. I think of the CTS. Yes, 1,500 and more overdoses reversed, and we have never had a death. That's crazy. That's greatness. All right, that is the greatest undefeated team as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know if anyone knows this, but you might. However, paramedics, we actually staff the CTS. We are the medical staffing. Sometimes we operate with 2 paramedics, sometimes 1. We work hand in hand with the CTS staff as well. They assist us, especially when we deal with multiple overdoses at once. Without them, I don't know what we would do. But with that team, we are 1,500 wins, no losses. And it's actually higher than that. I found that out today. So we are undefeated in healthcare. That should not exist. It doesn't exist in the ER, doesn't exist in the ambulances, doesn't exist anywhere. Healthcare is not a zero error industry. All right, the airlines are supposed to be zero error, and they still don't accomplish that. We have accomplished that at the CTS. And this is why, right now, this debate should not be whether we remove the CTS, but it should actually be that it should be duplicated. This should be the prime example of how to deliver healthcare throughout the province. Like I said, it's 2-to-1 medics working with the CTS staff. And what happens is when someone overdoses, usually we'll be watching about 3 to 4 people. I've been there when 3 people have gone down at once. We intervene immediately. I've seen worse vitals there on a living person than I think I've ever seen when I show up late for a call. But it's because we're able to do early interventions. Interventions that are usually done in the ER or a paramedic can provide, such as breathing tubes, IV therapy. Usually we don't even have to use that much Narcan because we're able to breathe for them right then and there. Before any anoxia, anoxia is interruption of blood flow to the brain. Before that sets in, when we get called, have to get into our ambulance, or the fire department has to get in the fire truck and arrive, there's already been some brain death sometimes. And then it takes longer to revive, and then it takes longer in the ICU and the ER. Because we can intervene so quickly, usually they need 30 minutes of recovery time, and then we send them on their way. Sometimes they need an hour, but usually it's around half an hour, instead of transporting them to the ER and possibly eating up an ICU bedroom as well, which then impacts everyone because it impacts your wait times when you get to the hospital. Yeah, like I said, early interventions decreases all emergency service responses. If that triple overdose takes place in the community, you're sending a fire truck to each one of them, you're sending the police department to each one of them, as well as all the ambulances. For those that know, we only have 4 downtown trucks here in St. Catharines, all right? That's down by Montebello, and that's during peak hours. So in 3 more hours from now, we'll be down to 3. All right, there's 2 in the north end, and then we rely on Thorold as our next closest community to help us out. You have that triple overdose, you've now eaten up all of your resources in the downtown core until trucks can come from outside or from another city. And that also impacts that city because now Thorold doesn't have as many trucks, or Niagara Lake will lose a truck. As we travel to this call for that triple overdose, which, by the way, could be managed by a singular medic or 2, along with staff, and I've done it. I've been there. I've worked the site. I have done it, all right? And it's not because I'm that great of a medic, but it's because we are there right away. We are literally watching them, able to intervene immediately. Now, if this happens in the community, these also come out as high priority calls. So if someone's having a chest pain, if someone's having an allergic reaction, if a child is choking, these ambulances will not be going to them. They will be going to the person that's in an arrest, a possible arrest if CPR is being done. That other person has to wait, even though that is a high acuity call. My colleague, I don't know if it's a colleague, but my friend out there talking about what has happened in Hamilton, I'll reiterate that as well on the EMS side. According to the Hamilton Spectator, Hamilton closed their CTS in March 2025. Last month, they just set the record for most overdoses in a 28-day period at 199. It was a 40% increase over the previous year, where in that February, they still had their CTS open. They're averaging 7 overdoses a day, and that broke the most recent record that was just set in September 2025, also after the CTS closed. I believe the previous record was in August 2025 for most overdoses ever by their service. Here in EMS, we're already facing skyrocketing call volumes. Our call volumes in 2020 were just over 60,000 according to the Ministry of Health website. They're now up above 100,000 as of 2024. We cannot afford to have extra burden put on the system for EMS. What a member can do at the CTS, and like I said, it's about a 20-minute intervention, 30 minutes of wait time, is now an ambulance traveling, picking that person up, transporting them to the hospital, and then waiting at the hospital. What's going on in Hamilton? I had another fact. Oh, and just so you know how it affects the actual ER, London last month, actually it was a couple weeks ago, just released, it was in the CBC. Their hospital system actually had to issue 2 code oranges, which said that they had overwhelmed the ER, and that was because of bad drugs that were being passed around. Code oranges is when you have to grab staff from other floors just to staff the ER because you're completely overwhelmed. And that was because it was unknown drugs that were being handed around. Also at the CTS, they also have a device where you can actually test your drugs before you use it, which as medics we love because we can kind of anticipate what is going to happen beforehand. Those people, would they have been able to test those drugs? Some of them might have taken up on that offer. It's an amazing thing. They put the sample into the box, pops out, and it tells us what's in the drugs. So you know how safe it is, you know how much to use. And oftentimes the people will actually use, the clients will actually use less than what they would have anticipated. Yeah, I'm just gonna end it with, I don't believe that politicians 100 kilometers an hour should be making decisions that are gonna directly affect the health of not just the clients of the CTS, but also the public that we are here to serve. And that's not just the public in St. Catharines, but the public in Thorold and the public in Niagara Lake when we have to draw their ambulances in to respond to these overdoses. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Seeing no questions from council, thank you for your presentation.
All right, thank you.
At this time, I'll call upon Talia Storm from Streetworks Services, Positive Living Niagara.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Talia Storm, and I'm the Director of Streetwork Services at Positive Living Niagara. We've been operating consumption and treatment services, CTS, or supervised consumption services, here in St. Catharines since December 2018. Recently, the Ontario Ministry of Health announced that it will be removing funding for consumption and treatment services, and it's imperative that we understand the potential impact that this will have here in St. Catharines. It is worth noting that we do have federal approvals in place, so this is not about the legality of operating the site. It's about how this will impact our community should the site close due to lack of funding. I want to start by grounding this in something human. Every day at our site, we meet people at their most vulnerable, people who might be using alone, people who have survived trauma, people who often believe that they don't matter. And then something small happens. A team member learns their name and asks how their day is going. A partner agency checks and treats a wound before it becomes life-threatening. A paramedic reverses an overdose. And that person, who might have died alone in a bathroom or an alley, they live. I was speaking with a former client the other day who shared that the site was the very first place that she had hope. Hope that she would remain healthy, hope that she would stay alive, hope that she could work towards her personal goal of sobriety. And now she's no longer using, she's working full-time in social services, and now she is the one providing other people hope. This is the power of the site. Consumption treatment services are evidence-based healthcare. There has never been a death at a supervised consumption site anywhere in the world. Ontario Health, Public Health Ontario, and international public health bodies, including the World Health Organization and the Canadian Medical Association, consistently recognize that harm reduction and supervised consumption services are essential, evidence-based components of a comprehensive continuum of care that reduces overdose deaths, connect people to treatment, and improves community safety. What we provide is far more than supervised consumption. It's wraparound care. It's overdose prevention and response. It's sterile supplies that reduce the spread of HIV and Hep C, along with safe biohazard disposal. It's wound care, it's drug checking, it's direct on-site connections to treatment, housing, and healthcare. But just as important, we provide dignity, because people don't access care when they feel judged. They access care when they feel safe, and when someone is ready for treatment, we are there to help them take that step. This is part of a continuum. Harm reduction and treatment are not opposites, they depend on each other. CTS serves people before they're ready for treatment, keeping them healthy as long as possible and alive long enough to eventually access treatment should that be their goal. We've all put off seeking medical care before. Maybe it was fear of a cancer diagnosis or fear of surgery or needing to arrange childcare for an inpatient stay. Just because treatment is available doesn't mean that people are ready to access it. These programs are also cost-effective. Every overdose reversed at the site is estimated to save the system $1,600, and that is simply the overdose response. That doesn't count the cost savings of preventing HIV, Hep C, and wound-related illnesses. It helps our paramedics, it helps our hospital systems, it helps our communities. Here in St. Catharines, the impact of the site is very real. Since 2018, we've had over 89,000 visits to the site. We've reversed well over 1,500 overdoses, again with 0 deaths. Our partners have treated wounds, found housing, and connected people to treatment. We've made over 12,000 off-site referrals for services not available on-site, many of which are for services like withdrawal management and detox. We offer drug checking services so people have an idea of what they're using. This has demonstrated that people care about their health and well-being, and that with information and education, they are able to make more informed decisions. Through drug checking, about 22% of people have chosen to use less of their substance or to dispose of their substance altogether. If we lose the site, we lose the ability to understand the street supply of substances at a time where overdoses are becoming more complex. We also work outside of the 4 walls of our site. We engage with neighbors to hear their concerns, to work collaboratively on solutions. We work with service users about their responsibility of being good neighbors too. Every year, our team conducts about 12,000 community walks, cleaning up the neighborhood, engaging with residents, supporting both clients and the broader community. If the site closes, all of that work disappears. But here's the thing, we don't have to guess what will happen. Just shy of 1 year ago, and Hamilton was one of those sites, 9 sites throughout the province had to close due to a change in legislation. Based on what we've learned in those communities, this is what we'll see directly here in St. Catharines. Sharp increases in EMS calls and fatal overdoses. Displacement of drug use into public areas like washrooms, our library, alleys, and parks, which may also lead to more needles in community. More strain on municipal systems and staff. Preliminary data out of one municipality is showing a 38% increase in crime in neighborhoods where sites have closed. This is not a hypothetical. This is a predictable outcome. Removing CTS is simply not the solution to the overdose crisis. The question is not whether municipalities will be impacted. The question is whether or not we are ready for that impact. So tonight I urge you to recognize CTS as an essential community safety infrastructure and continue supporting local harm reduction efforts. Because when these services are in place, people live, systems stabilize, and communities are safer.
Thank you, Talia, for the presentation. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Talia. The one thing you touched on, Thank you again for all of the work that you guys do. It is incredible. The one thing you touched on was the infection rates of Hep C and HIV. What's the cost of when someone gets HIV or gets Hep C? What is the cost on the healthcare system following that?
Sure. The cost of an HIV infection on the system is $1.44 million. While this is a much bigger community, there is some research out of Vancouver that shows that they save about $17 million a year in HIV prevention.
Okay.
And the cost to treat Hep C, don't quote me, around $70,000, give or take.
Okay. And so if people are infected, this is an additional cost that there's no choice in absorbing. Yeah. That's like, this is going to.
Yeah.
And then just to touch on the wound care, because I think lots of people don't fully understand what happens at the CTS. But can you just talk a little bit about wound care and how people getting treatment there, or are people getting treatment there and being diverted from having to go to the emergency room?
Yes.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor. One of the very important components of the site is wound care. So when people are injecting substances, we see a higher risk of wounds. This is a population that has a lot of distrust of the medical system generally. So often what we see is people will be very reluctant to access healthcare services because of the stigma they've experienced. Having access to wound care on site and wound recognition through Niagara EMS and our partners at Reach Niagara is really helpful at preventing things from escalating far further down the road. So prior to the site, there were certainly examples of basic wounds turning into severe infections like endocarditis. And then again, when we talk about not only the toll for that person, which we need to consider, there is also that ripple effect to the system as well.
Okay. So okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McPherson. Councilor Miller.
Yeah, thank you, Talia, and thanks for all you do. Just, can you touch on, this is part of the sort of yanking of funding in pretty short order is being pitched as or sold as sort of a pivot to these heart services. Based on what you know, could you maybe touch on what the difference between a CTS model and the heart model is?
Sure. Consumption sites and heart hubs are just two completely different services. So heart hubs, they do look different in every community, but nothing at its core can replace supervised consumption. And so, we have folks, again, who aren't quite ready for those services and might not be ready to meet new people and engage in that way. The CTS is really supporting people before they're ready. And then again, if they are ready, we're really happy to make those connections. But heart hubs are simply a different service than CTSs.
Okay, and as you noted, like the funding's going away, but you're still allowed to operate.
Yes.
So if the funding was replaced by someone or something or some higher level of government, would the plan be to continue to operate the site?
Yes, our hope would be that we can continue. So we do have federal exemptions in place. That is a requirement to operate a consumption site. We are up for renewal this year, but there are sites that do operate without that provincial funding that are able to continue to operate in a consumption site model.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Miller. Councilor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Thank you for your presentation. Just two quick questions. One, there has been a gradual shift from people, how people use, specifically to inhalation. And I know, when I'm downtown, there are times that I do see people using it in that way. Maybe you can just talk about what you've seen in terms of that shift and how that's affected our downtown.
Sure. We have seen over the last 6 years a pretty steady shift towards inhalation, so people smoking their substances. Right now, consumption sites within Ontario are not permitted to do the inhalation support. So there are other models throughout Canada and elsewhere in the world where inhalation is permitted, thinking about proper ventilation and what that looks like. That is certainly a desire that we have because there is a large portion of the community that we're not able to support with those supervised consumption services because of that restriction.
But there is an encouragement for people to move into to change their habits in that direction because it's safer. That's what I understand anyways.
Yes, generally that's the case. So when we talk about harm reduction measures and keeping people as healthy as possible while they are using, generally inhalation is a safer way to use in terms of, again, that wound piece being a big component, sometimes from an overdose risk perspective as well.
And so there are other jurisdictions that are actually offering that service. So you know, there could be, if I assume it's the province that changed their legislation, there could be space inside for people to use or to smoke.
Correct.
Rather than inject, yeah. Second question, there is a court case, and this is a little bit beyond me, but I do know that there's a court case. I think it has to do with those 9 or 10 sites that were shut down. It's going through a superior court, but I'm just wondering, that ruling is supposed to come out in a few months, but what does that mean for St. Catharines?
Yes, through you, Mayor, that is in relation to the change in legislation that we saw in 2024 in relation to the proximity of consumption sites to childcare centers or schools. We do anticipate a ruling anytime now. As it stands right now, that won't affect the current situation that we're in terms of the funding.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Doug Ford is looking at these heart hubs. Is he replacing the CRT site that is closing here with a heart hub, or what's the future hold?
So Niagara does have a heart hub that is operational at this point. So the sites that were impacted by the change in legislation in 2024 were given the option to transition to that heart hub model, and then other communities that weren't affected, like us here in St. Catharines, had the option to also apply for a heart hub model. So we are fortunate to have both running simultaneously at this time.
Okay, and what is the effectiveness of that? That's treatment-based, like?
It is treatment-based. They have just begun services, so the evaluation remains to be seen.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, Talia, I did have one question for you. With respect to the funding, what is the total amount that is being removed?
So right now, our annual funding is $1.3 million.
1.3 million from the province?
Correct.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. All right, seeing no others, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll now call upon Peter Klausi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize for having my back to you and my attire, which will be explained shortly. Thank you, everybody. Nice to see you all. I last saw you last March when I made a presentation about that proposed zoning change over on Ontario Lane. So it's been a year. Nice to see you all. I'm back as a member of the community. I am on the board of the library. Janice, nice job, but I am not here as a library board member. I'm just here as a member of the community. I've lived here for about 10 years, originally from Northern Ontario, then up in Carlisle, then down to here to take care of some family members that desperately needed it. The library and other parts of St. Catharines are places that are centered to my family. I've got 9 grandchildren, 8 of them call the library home. We're there a lot, and it concerns me that there will be an increase of drug paraphernalia and visible drug use in the library and other public places. The community cares about this issue. The community cares about the safe injection sites. And I'm going to tell you 2 reasons how I know this. The first is our actual community. I live an 8-minute walk from here. Talia used to be my neighbor. It's nice to see you tonight. It's a real community. People go to the park with their grandchildren and their children. They walk their dogs together. It's entirely possible we had a beer or 2 in somebody else's backyard. And this topic comes up as a frequent issue because many of the encampments are in our backyards. You want to have a fight at the dinner table? Don't bring up Trump. Bring up the safe injection site or how to deal with encampments. And you will see blood boil. These are trigger issues, and there really isn't a good solution for them. And it certainly isn't for a municipality to be able to solve them. I realize we'd like to pass it on to the region, who'd like to pass it on back to us, then pass it up to the province. We are not going to solve all of the mental health issues. We are not going to solve the addiction issues, but we are boots on the ground. We are all the frontline workers that have to deal with this. So the first way I know the community cares is I hear about it from my neighbors. Second way I know is my attire tonight. For a decade, I belonged to a group called No One Goes Hungry. Once a month, we get together and we cook about 1,500 meals. They used to go on the truck till the Salvation Army truck didn't run anymore. Some went to the women's shelter, and our leadership group, if we can call it that, would disseminate the remainder of the meals to where they saw a need. For the past 2 years, they've been going to Centennial, because many of the students show up without breakfast or lunch. There's vast quantities of research showing direct links between malnutrition in high school and challenges later in life, including but not limited to drug abuse and homelessness. As a group, we sat down about a decade ago and said, what can we do? So we do this. It costs us about $2,000 a month. We fund it out of our own pockets, and whatever donations we can scrape together from Sobeys and the various greenhouses in the area who have been fantastic in their support. But it is unreasonable to expect each individual person to carry this weight. Yes, I badger my neighbors for donations. I get all of their empty wine bottles. They see me coming, they go, oh God, it's him again. So we've been able to carry this, but it should not be individuals who are carrying this heavy load. At the end of the day, this is boots on the street. This is a municipality issue. And I don't have a master's in social work. I don't have answers for how to deal with this. I just know it's a regional issue. It's a local issue. It's a community issue, and the community is watching. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Seeing no questions.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to add one thing.
You still had 40 seconds.
Thank you. I'm in this tonight because we are cooking tonight. We all got aprons. I wear my steel toes because you know I'm going to drop that can of beans on my foot at some point. And I didn't have a chance to get home because I got there at around 3:30 and I came immediately here. We do it once a month for anybody who's looking to do good in the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. You're very welcome. Thank you for the presentation. At this time, I will call upon Anne-Marie Zamet to present.
This is for Sarah. Good evening, Council, Mayor, and fellow citizens. I rise to speak in support of this motion. Consumption and treatment sites save lives. The CTS that Positive Living Niagara operates has reversed over 1,500 overdoses since 2018. That is 1,500 people whose life would have ended if not for the direct care they received at Positive Living Niagara. The goal should be to keep addicts alive until they are ready and capable of getting clean. Letting them die off is not a solution. I know people who are addicts, and they were able to turn their life around. But that was because they were given enough of a runway that they were able to finally take off and fly into their full potential. They could not have flown without that runway. If we lose the CTS in our city, people will die. People. Human beings who have an extraordinarily complex disease. As with any disease, there are those who succumb and those who survive. But to not even give those with addiction disorders the chance of survival is a failure of the delivery of healthcare. Healthcare is a right for everyone, not just for people with socially acceptable diseases. My friend Bob Clark, who is 82 years old, had this to say upon hearing the news that the province will be cutting the funding. Ford is saving pennies, but will spend billions on stupid things like tunnels under the 401, which don't save lives. Because our province has failed in their responsibility, it now falls to us. It does. Either the city takes action or people die. And that's not hyperbole, that's not a theory, it is a fact. I am acutely aware of how CTS centers are a polarizing topic. However, I firmly believe that if even one life is saved at Positive Living Niagara, then that is a resource we need to protect. And it's for that reason I am in full support of this motion. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation. And at this time, I'll call Kate Verneberg to present.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, members of the public, I've come to advocate on behalf of this motion to explore options to keep St. Catharines consumption and treatment site open in face of the provincial withdrawal of funding in June. When I lived in Toronto, I worked for the Church of the Holy Trinity, a downtown church right behind the Eaton Centre, and I volunteered at the Common Table, which is a breakfast and resource program at Church of the Redeemer. Holy Trinity had daily drop-in hours, which served a mainly street-involved community and is less than a block away from the local supervised consumption service. It was, and it is, a hub of advocacy around homelessness, poverty, and injustice. And I set up their first restorative justice program. At Holy Trinity and at the Common Table, I saw many people who would have died or been seriously harmed if not for the work of the supervised consumption site. It relieved pressure on our drop-ins. We worked in tandem with them. We could offer broader help and support because we didn't have to be the front lines of substance use. The supervised consumption site did much more than simply supervise drug use. They helped people get to the next step, whether that was accepting methadone, connecting them to group therapy, or even just testing their supply, as we've heard, to see if it was toxic. They let people who use drugs, who are some of the most stigmatized people in our society, know that someone cared about them. No one can contemplate a change if they're without hope. And quite frankly, apart from the serious and necessary medical work the consumption site did, it offered people in the darkest of times a sliver of hope. I think it is cruel, irresponsible, and wrong of the provincial government to defund these sites right now. It will be a death sentence to many people in our community. It is unfathomable to expect us as individuals to take up the massive slack that's being cut, which is why I'm so grateful to the councillors who have brought forth this initiative to explore a response as a city. The poisoned drug crisis is far from over. It is only getting more complex. I left Toronto 5 years ago, and I can count on a few fingers the people I knew there who were street involved and who are still alive. These were real people whom I really cared about. I think of Randy, who often played a shepherd in the church Christmas pageant. I think of Robin, who buzzed his long hair in the pandemic for lack of access to clean water. I think of Derek and Matthew, who were father and son, both dead of poisoned drugs. The consumption and treatment sites are not just for people who are street involved. The poison drug supply has touched every strata of Canadian society. Everyone in my generation, including those who do not interact with street-involved people, knows someone who has died of this crisis. I think of my spouse's colleague, James, who worked with him in retail. I think of another James Pendarvis, who was an actor at the Shaw Festival and who died in the off-season taking poison drugs at a restaurant he was working at in Toronto. I think of Jenny, who was the close friend of a friend, someone I'd see at parties and at the bar, and who struggled with addiction. After her death, her mother would come to the marches and the memorial with a sign that said, "Too late for my Jenny." Here in St. Catharines, my family often travels along the street with the CTS. We see people struggling with homelessness on that route, and we have never felt unsafe. These are our neighbors, and they are accessing help and support. If the CTS closes, I fear that will change. I fear that this corridor and all the neighborhoods which surround it will become the consumption site on a scale we cannot fathom now. They will become sites of poisonings, overdose, and death. I do not want that for any of us. Every person is an important member of the human family. Everyone deserves support when they are struggling. The fallout of the CTS closing without any further support in place will be catastrophic for the people who use it, the neighborhoods around it, and the entire city on multiple levels. The province deciding to defund our CTS is not something we can ignore. I know I will be doing what I can to help in this renewed crisis, and I urge you all as council to do the same.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you again. Can I have a motion to receive the delegations? Councillor Dodge, Councillor McPherson, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So we move now to the motion, which I believe will be going up on the screen momentarily. Moving the motion, I have Councillor Miller. Seconding it, I have Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Miller, did you want to speak to it first, or did you want to wait till last?
I'll speak to it last.
Okay, so Councillor Miller will speak to it last. Are there any speakers to the motion? Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some comments. I think the motion that's been put forward by Councillor Miller, Councillor Ratzlaff, really does recognize the seriousness of this issue and the responsibility that we have as a council to understand and respond to its impacts. This isn't just a policy decision that's made on paper. It is going to have real and immediate consequences in our community. For those of us who are downtown, we see the opioid crisis every day. In our downtown, as I said, in our neighborhoods, and in the repeated calls for help. And we know, as we have heard, this is not unique to our city. You can travel anywhere in Canada, North America, Europe, wherever, and you're going to see the same things playing out. And there's no single or simple solution to this crisis. There's no one service, there's no one level of government that can solve it alone. It takes commitment, coordination, and investment in a full range of responses: prevention, treatment, housing, mental health supports, recovery, outreach, and harm reduction. Consumption and treatment sites are part of the continuum. And for so many, as we have heard, they are the first step toward care and support. As we've also heard tonight, the site does far more than just respond to overdoses. It connects people to healthcare, social services. It distributes harm reduction supplies, prevents infection, tests drugs. It helps reduce the spread of HIV and Hep C. It helps ensure that wounds are cared for and infections don't cause loss of limb and other horrible illnesses, and it also reduces the strain on our healthcare system. We don't have to guess what's going to happen. We already know that. We've heard it tonight from several presenters, and we've heard it, and you just have to read about it in Hamilton. The consequences are going to be immediate, measurable, and deadly. And we should be under no illusion that this decision will put more lives at risk in our community. The one thing I do want to do is I want to address some of what's been said publicly. I think some of us have seen the comments that we've on Facebook or on our socials when it comes to talking about the consumption site. And yes, it is a very hot topic. But the comments, so many of the comments are not just misinformed, they're just cruel. No one aspires to addiction, and no one grows up hoping to struggle with drugs or alcohol. According to the DSM-5, the book on mental illness and mental health, addiction is a mental illness, and we should be treating it as such. We're talking about human beings. We're talking about people that are carrying trauma. They're living in poverty, they're homeless, they have mental health challenges, and ultimately they have profound pain. Consumption and treatment services do not promote drug use. People are going to use drugs anyway. Naloxone does not encourage substance use. It saves lives. The motion is really about accountability and preparedness. If this closure proceeds, our community will bear the consequences. Council has a responsibility to understand those impacts, examine the options available to us, and ensure that we are not simply left to deal with the fallout after the fact. I want to thank Positive Living and its staff, especially Myrtle, because, well, Myrtle is Myrtle, and you have to thank Myrtle for running the consumption site and just making every single person that walks into that facility feel welcome, feel seen, and feel heard. We don't, I know we don't have a lot of chance in keeping this consumption site open, but as a city, I think we really need to be paying attention to the cost and the impacts that I know our staff are going to see in our parks, people who are cleaning streets. We're going to see the impacts. So I hope everyone supports this, and I do hope that there is something we could do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Just two comments, or maybe three. The first one is, you know, I heard the analogy once that you don't get rid of seatbelts just because you have installed airbags, right? Like the two work together to keep you safe in a car. Similarly, the CTS and the Heart Hub work together to keep people safe and alive. I mean, it's basic healthcare. I also saw the comments online that Councilor McPherson referenced, and I think that a lot of it is lack of understanding. I mean, a lot of it is just ignorant, but you know, I think that the presentations we heard tonight, specifically from the library and from QP 911 and from Talia, well, everyone, but those three specifically really help, I think, put in perspective the work that happens at the site. And I think I would encourage anyone who's listening to share those with their friends so they can understand what is actually happening behind those doors. Both the healthcare work that's happening there, but also the work that's happening by the individuals who have the courage to walk through that door and test their drugs and find hope in their current situation. This motion, we're asking staff to find ways that we can support the CTS, give them a bit of a runway so that they can figure out their financial situation moving past 2026. But we're also asking staff to consider, you know, what this is going to mean for what it looks like to look after our parks, what it looks like for the fire. For fire services. We know that, like we've heard throughout this budget process this year, last year, that there are significant financial stresses being put on staff. Financial, also, you know, emotional and psychological stresses being put on staff who are having to deal with things they weren't trained to deal with in parks or at the library. And yeah, when we look at other cities whose sites have closed, we know that those pressures increase. And so we want to make sure that our staff are safe, and we're in the best possible position that we can be to mitigate and help those who are finding a consumption site, an unsafe consumption site outside the walls of the CTS.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
So I just want some clarification. So all we're asking for right now is it's a staff report to come back on us on how or where we can get the funding fund to help this. And it would have to come back to staff for another approval to approve any kind of funding mechanism for this. Is that correct?
So the first clause is asking for staff to report back on options, including financial and partnership models. So you would not actually be approving funding today. You would be asking staff to report back on what that funding would look like.
And that's all we're asking for right now, right? I can't see the stuff on screen here from my Zoom, so that's why I'm just asking.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Williamson.
Bringing this forward, really appreciate this. Their heart's in the right place, and one would have to be really blind or totally devoid of empathy to not understand the deadly effects that this decision is going to have. We've also heard tonight that it's a fiscally irresponsible one. It's going to have major cost impacts on our healthcare system. It's going to cause a lot of stress on our frontline providers. So I guess we got to try and salvage the situation, but it's certainly another potential download of responsibilities that we should not have to be put in a position to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree wholeheartedly with all that's been discussed here this evening. I'm just wondering, you know, we have no numbers or figures or anything like that, but I know that there are strains on our staff, whether it be in the parks or and the roads, whatever, our fire services and whatnot. Can anyone from staff perhaps, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but maybe share with us what it would mean to our fire services, for example, or our other employees?
It's not, we've had this discussion, staff can't guess. Like, it would be nothing more than a guess at this point.
Okay.
I think a couple of the speakers have presented, what's happened in other municipalities, but those municipalities are different from this municipality, and one of the concerns is it would be very difficult for staff to anticipate what those operational and financial challenges would look like.
Okay, what about this? Because we know this is coming, are we preparing for anything, and what would that be if we were? Or is it too early to?
So one of the points that's been made by staff is that we have dealt with, or the city, and when I say we, has dealt with a lot of the concerns that have been raised about what activities will be seen. That's been going on now since 2015, 16. We saw an increase in public drug usage. We saw needles in the park. Council had intervened in a couple of situations to try and do things. But all of these things that are listed here in terms of the operational and financial impacts that are asked for in the third clause, staff are already dealing with those. So they already exist within our budget. It's a matter of, monitoring and seeing how things may change after June 13th, but to try and guesstimate what those would be in advance is basically impossible.
Okay, I'm wondering if specifically the fire chief could maybe answer any questions to what he sees as impacts.
Sure.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, we were looking at the numbers today because we obviously seen the motion come through. And we're trending right now at just over 2 calls per day. So if that trend continues, we're going to look at about 800 calls through the year for medical overdoses specifically. I think if the information provided by the presenters is accurate, then we're going to see obviously an increase in that number. That's going to increase our call volume, of course, for medical related incidents. We've had discussions about potentially rotating staff through, so we're not just having one truck deal with all the medical calls. There's a couple of options that we're looking at through operationally how we're going to disperse the calls among staff so that the downtown crews don't suffer the brunt of the spikes in overdoses if it comes. With regards to preventative measures, we have 2 team members from our fire prevention unit that work with the outreach teams. Again, like we'll monitor the impacts and maybe that means to the council's request, maybe additional resources in our fire prevention folks to do some preventative work. But again, as you said, Mr. Mayor, we can't really forecast the unknown. So it's more of a wait and see type situation.
Seeing no other speakers, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I think a lot of it's been covered and covered well by, paramedics and experts and other frontline workers. And I just want to say, about 20 years ago, Talia was the manager on my high school basketball team. And about 12 or 15 years ago, I spent some summer nights watching Dave Barnett play slow pitch. And it's really heartwarming to see, to be a part of this community and see those people being involved and caring about this community. That's what makes this place great. And I think, the CTS is part of this community too. And it's part of what makes this community great too. And I think it's our responsibility as a municipality to support the CTS in any way we can. And further to that, as the motion says, to try to estimate how this is going to impact our employees and obviously the people living in the city. I think we can make some educated guesses. And I think it's important to be ready. I'm not going to go on about the short-sightedness and monstrousness of this decision by the province, because I think that's already been said. And to be honest, I think it's kind of pointless at this point. I've spent 8 years criticizing the province to little impact. So, I think it's our responsibility to acknowledge that if a service like this was to disappear, the impact of that disappearance would still be felt, and we would still have to deal with it, and we are going to have to deal with it, and we constantly are dealing with other levels of government being derelict in their duties. We heard from the police tonight about increased mandate without any increased resources from the provinces, and it's just, again, it's bi-weekly that we talk about that. So I think we owe it to the residents to understand the impacts, to hear from the Niagara region and the Heart Hub team about their plan, and to explore whether there are any viable options to keep the CTS open and prevent a gap in this essential, life-saving, just deeply meaningful and purposeful and impactful service open. So, I think we need to be focused on evidence. We need to be focused on preparedness, and we need to take accountability for what's going to happen in our community. So, I want to thank Councillors Ratzlaff, McPherson, Lindell for their specific work on this motion, and the other councillors who reached out to help. So, thank you, and I would appreciate your support.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other speakers, I will speak just very briefly. The first is to request I'm hoping a friendly amendment to the third clause, where it says that staff be directed to assess and report back. I'm hoping we could change the word assess to monitor, and then remove the word anticipated, for the reasons that I think I mentioned a few minutes ago. Staff won't, I don't believe, and based on the fire chief's answer, I think it's guessing to try and anticipate what those operational impacts would be. I don't think we will actually be able to guess at that, but I think staff could monitor what it looks like if changes are made, when the site ceases to be there. So I'm hopeful that would be a friendly amendment, because I think it gets to the heart of what you're trying to accomplish, which is to identify what increased operational and financial impacts are created by a change. And if you want to.
Yeah, I guess my fear is that then we're just reacting. So I guess maybe could staff maybe clarify what their position is currently? Like, I don't want to just be on June 13th, okay, now let's start,
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So currently what we do, we track incidents across the corporation through our health and safety various committees, and all of those stats are tracked. So they go right from bee stings up to very significant critical incidents. So we have stats that we monitor now, and what we would do is post the June 13th, we would continue and then start to look at, are there increasing trends, and that's sort of the way we would. The baseline way that we would be able to first to do it. The challenge comes into trying to doing some financial analysis on what that specifically looks like. We can, to a certain extent, on some of our emergency calls, because we have a bit of some statistics on that piece. But in terms of the incidents, we don't necessarily always track what the cost would be. So that's where the monitoring, and then coming back to council to let you better understand what that looks like.
Okay, I mean, I think I can accept it as friendly with directions to staff to be ready for incidents to increase, right? And I'm sure staff know that, right?
I think that's the expectation.
Yeah, okay, that's friendly with me, yeah.
Okay, seconder? Okay. I will speak briefly to the rest of this. I am going to ask that the first be it resolved clause be separated out and voted on first. I can't support clause number 1. I understand the intention, and I appreciate all the speakers that have come forward this evening, but this is a mandate that does not fall within our scope, And this is very specifically asking staff to come back and report on options, including financial and partnership models, that would see city taxpayers picking up the tab for something which is very clearly outside of our scope. If we are picking other mandates to support, I think that there are a lot of other mandates that we've talked about at this table that could be supported if we were going to look outside of our scope as a city. We've talked about shelters. We've talked about supportive housing. We've talked about outreach programs. We have said no in those cases, and I think we've made the right decision in avoiding to pay for other people's responsibilities. We ended the funding that we had going towards NASO. We pushed welcoming streets rightfully to the region. In this case, this is not a regional responsibility. Like, I think everybody recognizes that. This is a healthcare issue, and that is a provincial and to a certain degree a federal responsibility. It is definitely not a city responsibility. It is not a municipal responsibility. I will also say that asking staff to report back on these issues, I think, is problematic, because we're talking about issues that not a single member of our staff has an area of expertise in. And that's my concern. We don't hire anybody at the City of St. Catharines who works in this world. If we have staff members who have any level of understanding of these issues, that is coincidental and not a reason why they were hired. It's not a part of any skill set that we require at the City of St. Catharines. So to ask staff to go and try and report on subject matter that is well outside of anybody's job, I don't think is appropriate, and I don't think it's fair to ask that of our staff. But again, the options that will come back would see us put costs on city taxpayers that I don't think is appropriate. So I will be voting in favor of everything except for the first "therefore be it resolved" clause, because I don't believe that we should be directing our staff to report on this issue. They don't have the expertise. And I don't believe council should be spending city taxpayer dollars from the levy on a healthcare issue that is very clearly not within our mandate. So with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
So the first vote would just be on that first clause, so it's highlighted in yellow on the screen. Then we'll do a second vote on the remainder of the motion. So to vote just on that first clause, Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Harris.
No.
And Mayor Zyska.
No.
And that's carried, sorry.
On the balance of the motion?
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
And Mayor Zyska.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 9.2, Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services, Facilities and Energy, award of tender and budget transfer for P26-413, Lake Street Service Center roof and Phase 2 slab replacement. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor? 6-5. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor Williamson, Councillor McPherson.
I do have a question, though.
Okay. Just give me 1 second,
Am I
Councillor.
good?
All right, go ahead. You're red.
Okay, keeping in mind that the Lake Street Service Yard backs on to local residents back onto the Lake Street Service Yard on the Meadows, are we going to make sure we take measures to not be doing work after hours, and that we're going to be cognizant of the fact that we can't be disrupting these neighbors. Has that been included in the costing and the tender? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to whoever would like to answer.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the work is identified as happening during normal working hours when the facility is open. We don't expect work to happen or noisy work to happen during off hours. There may be time that they will be working off hours if there's a large pour that's required, but we will do our best to mitigate that either by gaining access on the opposite side of the facility or other ways. But we are aware of the situation with the neighbors, and we try to mitigate any disruption to those neighbors as much as possible. We did that for phase 1 last year as well.
Thank you, and I appreciate if we could communicate with those neighbors when certain potentially noisy or disruptive actions are taking place. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff is out of the room. Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, next up, we have item 9.3, Planning and Building Services. Planning Services, 142 Queenston Street, tax incentive application considered under the 2020 Community Improvement Plan, February 2026 intake. And prior to discussion on the report, I will look to Elena Campbell, the Community Improvement Coordinator, to provide a presentation.
Okay, good evening, everyone. This is to review the tax incentive applications received during the February intake of the 2020 Community Improvement Plan. The Brownfield Tax Increment Finance, or BTIF program, is for remediation and subsequent redevelopment. The city provides an annual rebate of 80% of the municipal tax increment for 10 years after project completion. Once the project is approved on the city end, BTIF applicants can also apply to receive a matching incentive under the Smarter Niagara Incentive Program, or SNIP. This program is an annual rebate of 80% of the regional tax increment for 10 years after the project is complete. On April 1st of 2026, the SNIP program is set to expire, hence why the city had a February intake for any applicants that are also interested in receiving SNIP. After SNIP has expired, the region will begin implementing their new purpose-built rental programs. So the BTIF grant is calculated on the tax increase generated by project completion. For approved projects, the base is always collected by the city, and we pay out an annual incentive of 80% of the increase. After 10 years of grant payout, the city then collects the entire increased taxes due to the redevelopment. In order to receive the BTIF incentive, projects must score at least 50 points to be considered. This scoring is based on a weighted evaluation for categories like location, remediation, core housing, heritage restoration, having a mixed-use component, the density generated, total project costs, an increase assessment, as well as any value-added sustainability and public realm features. .142 Queenston is a 4.2 hectare site located south of Queenston Street. This location is the former site of the St. Catharines General Hospital. The property owner of 142 Queenston has applied to the BTIF program, and they've completed a Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental site assessment on the shaded 1.2 hectare portion of the site. On April 29th of 2025, last year, Council approved an amendment to the 2020 CIP to allow the property owner of 142 Queenston to incur retroactive project costs prior to their CIP approval and prior to entering into a CIP agreement. Since that amendment, the owner has begun cleaning up the site, Remediation costs for the site are estimated to be $6.2 million, for which they've incurred $1.8 million so far and have $4.4 million remaining to incur. The 142 Queenston owner submitted 6 BTIF applications. 4 of those applications below were deemed complete. We got 4 applications for towers A, B, C, and D, and all 4 towers are 22 stories, and they are all scoring 53 points out of our project evaluation. So we'll look at each of the applications individually. So phase one is Tower A and is on a 0.36 hectare portion in the Queenston Priority neighborhood with 248 dwelling units and 1 commercial unit. The view of the renderings is if we're standing on Oakdale looking north towards the towers. Next slide, thank you. And so remediation costs for phase one are 1.7% of total project costs. There's density generation of 1,200 people and jobs per hectare, and the annual property tax increase is $305,000. All 4 phases of the projects will have 6 EV chargers each and will have drought-tolerant landscaping. Phase 1 of the project scores 53 points. Phase 2 is Tower B and is on a 0.27 hectare portion of the site with 265 dwelling units and 3 commercial units. Remediation costs are 1.4% of total costs. There's density generation of 1,600 people and jobs per hectare, and the annual property tax increase is $284,000. Phase 2 also scores 53 points. Phase 3 is Tower C and is the 3rd tower from the left. It's on a 0.33 hectare portion with 231 dwelling units and 2 commercial units. Remediation costs are 1.9% of total project costs. There is density generation of 1,100 people and jobs per hectare, and the annual property tax increase is $237,000. Phase 3 scores 53 points. And finally, phase 4 is Tower D on a 0.23 hectare portion of the site, right under Vine Street South, with 227 dwelling units and 1 commercial unit. Remediation costs are 1.4% of total costs, and there's density generation of 1,500 people and jobs per hectare. The annual property tax increase is $225,000, and phase 4 scores 53 points. So to calculate the grant, we take the increase in the annual city tax that I mentioned, multiply this by the 80% tax increment for BTIF projects, which gives us the annual city incentive to be paid out if the application is approved. So the grant amount requested needs to fit within the approved CIP funding formula. After we got the annual incentive values for each of the applications, only phase 1 and phase 2 can be accommodated within the approved CIP reserve funding formula. The CIP reserve was created to fund previously approved tax incentive commitments for 10 years and any new tax incentive approvals. To maintain the reserve and make sure there's long-term sustainability of the CIP, the city allocates $150,000 to the reserve annually. Under the current formula, phases 1 and 2 can be accommodated. If we want to approve all 4 phases, this would result in a negative reserve balance. In order to accommodate phase 3 and 4, council would need to adjust the funding formula to either increase annual funding to the CIP program or decrease annual CIP approvals from 2030 and onwards from $150,000 to $100,000 annually. So for the staff recommendation, all projects meet the 50-point eligibility, but staff recommend the approval of phase 1 and phase 2 as these towers meet the minimum point threshold and can be accommodated within the funding formula. Staff recommend that the city solicitor prepare the bylaws to enter into an agreement for these 2 phases, and staff recommend that council defer consideration for phase 3 and 4 until there's a new funding formula considered under the 2026 CIP that we'll be bringing in this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your presentation. Before we go any farther, I'm going to ask for a motion to extend until 10:30. Councillor McPherson, Councillor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. All right, so can I have a councillor to move the recommendation? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Miller, seconding. It is up on the screen. The staff recommendation is there. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm just trying to understand, why not wait until a new CIP is put through? What's the rush? Is it they want to get shovels in the ground immediately? You know, I'm looking at other municipalities, including Burlington, Halton Hills, Guelph, Brantford, who've implemented their 2025 CIPs to solely focus on things like affordable housing, housing for veterans, housing for those with disabilities who need accessible units. I'm wondering why not wait until we implement a new CIP? And I don't want to discredit staff on this, just because I don't think when was the last time we've asked for a review of it? I can't recall when that has been, when we've asked that recently, but I'm just wondering why approve this now? Why not wait until we have a new CIP in place?
Sorry, you're asking just your last question there. We have done a review. Like that had occurred in the fall, and staff are currently going through that review process. So it's coming forward in May, but the applicant doesn't have any new guidelines to operate under, so they are operating under the 2020 CIP, which is in place. So it's more a matter of the only guidelines they had to operate within were the ones that were in front of them, and they've made it clear they want to try and get shovels in the ground this year. We also, and they have already put shovels in the ground, we also, I think, put a timeline on how long they had to backdate, because we had given them permission last year to be able to use some of the remediation costs before they went through the process. But I think there was a timeline, if I'm not mistaken, of how long they could do that for before they had to make an application to us. Ms. Kate?
And through the mayor to the councillor, the other aspect around expediency here is that the region SNP program expires on April 1st, and the applicant is seeking approval at the city level so that they can be matched at the region in advance of that time frame. With regards to the council approval from last year in the presentation, we spoke about council's approval to allow retroactivity back to the date that they got amendment, which was the middle of last year.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. Look, I'll just share my comments, and I have trouble supporting this. You look at, Building Canada Homes, who's offering partnerships to build more affordable housing units. I have no understanding as to why they would not include any affordable housing units in this massive development. They're building thousands of units, and you can't tell me you can't even put in 10% worth of affordable housing. Totally their decision, that's fine. You look at CMHC, who's offering funding for affordable housing, yet we're coming here to ask for the city to help for remediation. Yeah, we have the program available, that's fine. I'm excited to see the new program. I hope it aligns similarly to what other municipalities are doing, where they're offering more incentives for things like affordable housing on site with an ongoing covenant of, whether it's 25, 35, 40 years. A lot of municipalities are doing that. I really love what Aurora is doing, including Burlington actually as well, where they're working on trying to build more housing for veterans. That should be something that should be included. I know there's many members in this chamber, including the mayor himself, and I believe Councillor Williamson, I think Councillor Lindell, who have family members who have served in the armed forces. There are a lot of veterans out there right now who are struggling to find housing. And I'm not saying that's my family or Mayor Cisco's or Lindell's or anyone around here, but there are a lot of military members and armed forces members who are looking for housing. So I would like to see something like that included in it. When I look at this, you see, it's barely a pass. It's a 53 out of 100. You take away the electric vehicle charging, it barely just gets it over the threshold. So I'll just sum up by saying I won't be supporting this, and I look forward to the new CIP when it's implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the CIP coordinator. So the total potential lost future tax revenue is 8.4 million. Is that about right? Or
Sorry, can you repeat that?
is it 8.4 million the total when you add those numbers together? I just did the math quickly.
What?
Is it somewhere in that vicinity?
All applications? Like how much we'd be paying out to
Yeah.
the, oh,
when you-
okay.
Yeah, when you add those four numbers over the phases together.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, all four phases, yeah, the sum for each or the four applications together is 842,000. That would be how much we'd be paying annually.
Annually over 10 years. So,
Yes.
yeah, so it's over $8 million. And then you go to the lottery winning Niagara region and you double your money, which is just bizarre to me that you get a double bonus, which also a third or so of it comes from our tax dollars. So this is a lot of money. And then, let's go back to the root cause of this. First of all, this was a hospital site, and I don't understand why the owner left the baggage of $6.6 million remediation costs. Why did NHS not assume responsibility, the polluter pay principle, to clean up the site before they put it up for sale? I know that's a rhetorical question, but we shouldn't be. This is very similar to the General Motors site, really. They should have taken responsibility, and it should have been included in the costs of developing the whole new site when they moved, which I was not a fan of, but we do have a beautiful hospital where we have it. This developer's already received a pretty nice approval from the city for a massive number of units, so that's a favor that we have done him. And there's the old saying, I'm going to just keep this simple here, two certainties in life, death and taxes. Well, not taxes if you're a developer going for CIP. You don't have to pay all your taxes. So I can't support this. It's just too rich at this time with all the expenses that we have to be looking at. And we'll hear people who say that there's all this empirical proof that it's going to generate all kinds of future revenue that we wouldn't normally have, all that kind of stuff. I take that with a grain of salt. There's lots of subjective analysis in here and people with interests that come up with those numbers.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. Some people might not know this. I haven't exactly been a big proponent of the CIP since I joined council in 2018. And it's still not a huge fan exactly of how the program's laid out. So the scoring doesn't mean a whole lot to me. What I will say is that what I've always said is that these are the sites that we should be used in the CIP for, like General Motors, like what should be the Port Tower, or what could have been the Port Tower, or whatever that site is going to become, like these large sites with significant challenges in our community that have generally sat empty and undeveloped for numerous years. And this one's since 2013. I wish we had the Municipal Development Corporation back then who might have gotten more involved in this site, and we wouldn't have had to waste 13 years waiting for something to happen. I think downtown, we've approved all kinds of units in my time on council without seeing all of them built or many of them built. I wish we didn't live in a world where the market forces determined everything, but that is the world we live in, and the market has significantly changed. I'm hopeful that over the long period that this site is developed, that the market makes it easier to add affordable housing to the site. I think the proponent would be open to that based on the conversations we've had with them. I know they're very focused on accessible housing as part of this, but I'm hoping as those other towers go up, we would look at affordable housing as part of those. But again, I think this is why this program exists, is to take sites that wouldn't be developed and prod them along and encourage them and to make it easier to develop. It is hard to encapsulate quickly the negative impact that the site sitting empty on Queenston Street has had in that neighborhood. I think other parts of our community have seen that with other sites, right? These large sites have sat empty. I think we have someone who's motivated to build here, and this is going to be a catalyst for positive change in this area. So I'm happy to support this because in my mind, this is exactly what the CIP should be doing, is to encourage developments that wouldn't otherwise happen, or to modify ones that would happen to add things that we really need. And I think this one definitely checks that first box. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yep, thank you, Mayor, through you. I'm going to repeat what Councillor Miller said, because I think it's important, especially coming from someone who has 54-acre brownfield in his ward. These CIPs are designed specifically to deal with problematic sites that have contamination. Beyond that, and maybe affordable housing, I'm very weary of applying the CIP anywhere else. But as Councillor Miller has pointed out, we don't want these sites to hang around as long as the vacant, derelict properties have hung around in Port Dalhousie. As long as I can remember, Port Dalhousie has been a hole in the ground with so much potential. That site, the GM site, this hospital site, these are all ideal sites for the CIP. And that's why I'm going to be supporting it.
Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. This site is being developed right now. They're clearing the land, they're remediating the land, they're working on the land. It's not going to be one of those sites where they bought the land and then it sits for 10 or 12 years. And that's what's happened in the past. I agree with Councillor Miller. This is the kind of land that we have the CIP for. I also was not a big fan of the CIP, but I've sat through a lot of meetings with our CIP coordinator, and I know that what we're working on now is going to be something that will help. But right now, we have 2 towers that are almost going up now. We have an area that is in desperate need of anything. And I understand Councillor Townsend's concern over the affordable housing, but like Councillor Miller says, as these go along, maybe they'll rethink their affordable housing component of this and move forward. But right now, for the first 2 towers, I'd like to see them go up. I'd like to see us approve this, and I'd like to see the work continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers? Anybody else who wishes to speak at this time? All right, so very briefly. I will say, I do get frustrated when CIP comes up because sometimes I think there's just absolute misrepresentations of the CIP. And I know it frustrates staff when they hear people describing what they believe the CIP is or what they make it out to be, but I will give some numbers because I think they're important. I've used these numbers before. And it's important to recognize every time around, it's an election year, and we're all going to hear it at the door. The city needs to run more like a business. The city needs to run more like a business. And most of us understand, like, there are a lot of ways the city can't run like a business. But the CIP is one program that actually is a net gain for the community. We've had a CIP now in place for over 20 years. The 2026, going into 2026, we had $813 million of assessment growth that was related to CIP projects. So $813 million increase in assessment from CIP projects. So because of that growth, everybody's property taxes on average were $76.68 less. The cost for that was $31.21. So for a $31.21 continued input, residents get $76.68 less in taxes. So that's a net benefit of $45.47. It is a net benefit to the community. This site has sat barren for a decade. And when people get frustrated about certain sites in our community, there are 2 of them. They've both been mentioned tonight. There's 282, 285 Ontario Street, and there's Queenston Street in the old hospital. And when we talk about CIP, and when we've talked about CIP in the past, the conversation has always been, well, those are the sites where it's really necessary, but not these other projects. And it's a little frustrating now to come to a point. We have a developer, took a leap of faith last year, started the remediation process without any guarantees, started cleaning the site, is actively working on it right now, is looking to try and get shovels in the ground on the first project this year. And this program was specifically built with this site and the other in mind. So I hope council supports this, because if we don't support this, my fear is that these projects no longer pencil and they don't make sense. And it would be a real shame to lose the first opportunity in a decade on this site. So with that, I'll look to the clerk and call the roll.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
9.4, this was the one that was moved from consent, engineering, facilities, and environmental services, active transportation implementation, annual update number 1. Councillor Mako, I assume you're moving this? Yes. And who wants to second it? Councillor Harris. Councillor Mako to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. This will be much faster than the other items from tonight. I just wanted to highlight it because it's the first time we've brought back the Active Transportation Master Plan with an annual report. The plan itself was approved in 2024, and I just wanted to thank staff for putting this together, because we have a lot of community members passionate about active transportation, whether it's walking, cycling, just creating more pedestrian-friendly areas in our city. And this report does a great example of sharing tangible accomplishments and activities that the city has taken on in 2025 and plans for 2026, and also just examples of collaboration with the region. We talk about silos a lot, and there was an example here of where our ATMP were looking at collaboration with the region on their transportation master plan. So again, not maybe as heavy as some of the other issues we've discussed tonight, but I thought just a great tangible example of city work. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question about it. On further into the report there on the new, on one of the PXOs at Hill Park and Vine, would that also be location that we are hoping to put a veterans crosswalk as well? And I would just hope that we would collaborate and have that all done kind of at the same time, and not paint it like normal and then have to switch it to the veterans thing and waste time and money and resources. So I would just hope that that would kind of work in with that to staff, I guess.
Okay, Mr. Martuccio, can we take that as a direction to staff?
Yeah, I'll take it to direction.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, really quickly, I think there's, I want to say 6, but maybe I only read 4 new PXO lights going in across the city in 2026. Can you just confirm that number?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I would have to confirm that. I could follow up with you on the specific number.
And then, yeah, I mean, I guess I should have prepped you for this question too, but I'm just wondering how many more, like I know that the city has a list of locations that we want to see a pedestrian light on. I'm just wondering, like, how many more will we have on our list after 2026?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I can't give you a specific number, but I can tell you that on many of the projects that we are initiating or putting out for tender or that are in design, there is considerable consideration given to installing PXOs in order to make pedestrian travel much safer.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I guess I'll just say that I hope that the pedestrian crossings on Lake Street are high on the priority list. On Lake Street between Welland and Carlton. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can I ask one more thing? Part of what I asked, I just wanted to clarify. I meant the Legion, like for the Legion, not a veteran.
Yeah, I think Mr. Martuccio is going to be liaising with you.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, like, make sure that was clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Counselor Mako,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor McPherson,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Counselor Stevens,
Yes.
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, are there any notices of motion? Seeing none, no report requests. Mover and a seconder for the committee and task force minutes, Councilor McPherson, Councilor Harris, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. No closed session, no motions. Bylaws, Councilor Harris. Save and accept bylaw D. Councilor Ratzlaff, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adjournment, Councilor McPherson, Councilor Ratzlaff, in favor, opposed.